Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to episode 3 of the Symmetry War. How's everybody doing today? How many people do we have in? Let me pull up my Twitch. Already got a lot, and technically we just now started because I have a starting soon screen now. Amazing! Wow. Momo, Panda, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great. I'm having
Tired.
a cheesecake
Nice.
for dinner because I'm an adult, and that's something I can do now.
It is. I too have.
Those are decisions that you can make.
Yeah. I have done the same thing. Nikhil is going to be here, but he's finishing up some video shoot or something, so he'll be here in like 10-15 minutes. But he is coming. Yes, everyone is already talking about the fact that that Moose's name has been removed from the screen. Unfortunately, we do have to start off this week with some bad news. Moose had a change to his work schedule, so he is not going to be joining us as a regular campaign member. We will probably be filling his slot with somebody, but I haven't had time to work that out yet. There will be somebody in his spot, and he will probably be joining us as a guest, but he is not going to be in the regular campaign. We considered leaving the next week up as like a joke forever, but I kind of weighed the options and figured that more people would be annoyed at that than find it amusing, so I just took it off.
Just consistently go, no, next week. We promise. He'll be here. We just need to...
It was consistent.
We're manifesting it, okay? That's all we're doing.
But yes, he will probably be here at some point, so you will still get to see his character and such, and his spot will be filled. The reason I haven't yet is because this... Obviously, you know, if you were here at the end of last session, there was a bit of a turning point in the campaign, and so this... now that you guys are going to be in Rift Reach, you're probably going to be there for a bit. So, sort of at the end of this session, I'll have a better idea of where you guys are going, and then I'll be able to bring in a fourth person more effectively. So, hopefully next week...
And Matt, they're saying that my audio is a lot louder than yours.
Oh, yep, you know, you're right. That's because I had to, some back-end fun facts for you guys. For some reason, Panda's camera gets deleted from my Streamlabs every single week, and I have to put it in. Only his. Everyone else's camera's fine, but I have to re-import his camera feed every single week. And so I forget to turn the audio down. But it's good now. It should be fine. I'm seeing people already talking about licking the stones. We will do a little bit of a recap of last week. Because, it's going to be hard to do a recap, I think. Considering... a lot changed.
We can, but it's going to sound like a Dragon Ball Z abridged. It's going to sound like we're making a bad joke.
We got to fill time till Nikhil gets here anyway, so yeah.
That's so funny. I'm just saying, if we do get like people to come in and be guest stars, I really want someone to just play Jared.
I mean, there are NPCs that I have considered as like maybe we could use this as a guest person. No, I'll leave that later on. Jared was an unexpected element of last week, I think. Jared the Genie. I'm sure he'll be making an appearance again this episode. He's dormant right now, but who knows how long that'll last.
I actually do have a question.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Did you purposefully make a salt lamp genie, or did that just happen by accident?
100% improv off the top of my head. I just made it up. But you know what?
I think we asked more questions about the crystal than he had any preparation for.
100%. Everything about the crystal has been totally improvised, but hey, that's
what
my
was
favorite
it
thing.
Supposed to do?
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
I'm not telling you anything. Maybe it's still integrated at some point. I'm not gonna spoil stuff.
We just had... It's those 3 objects, and then you're just like, well, it looks like a salt lamp, right? Sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll roll with that.
Hey, you guys still have 2 other magic items that you haven't asked about too. You got the skull of the staff, and you don't know what either of those do. And Mystery Man is halfway across the continent.
Is try and hit somebody with it, and Nikhil just has the skull in the background somewhere.
Yeah.
I forgot that he's convinced it talks, and I have to give it a voice.
Weirdly enough, I do actually know what the skull does. I decided what the skull does before I decided what the crystal does. So you know.
Have you decided what the staff does, or am I just carrying around a piece of metal in hopes that it does something?
I'm not going to tell you. I told you I know what the skull does. That's all I'm going to tell you right now. I can't give away all of my secrets, but I do have to have them prepared, apparently.
I think you should do what I did and just decide what it does.
I mean, yeah, that's...
I'll just manifest whatever it does.
Yeah.
Be like, I'm gonna point it at this and it's gonna destroy it. That's not what
Yeah.
the staff does. It's what I think it fucking
Hey,
does. So that's what it does.
Maybe
now.
that's what it does. Maybe it's a staff of, nebulous power that just does whatever. You'll find out at some point, and I'll find out at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, just decide what it does and force Matt to live with it.
Yeah, that's how it's gonna
And that's the plight of the DM forever, isn't it?
That's the running theme of the campaign so far. We're doing this, but we'll tell you why later.
Yeah.
People are saying, how many times can Matt say, I'm not going to tell you? A lot. A lot of times I can say, I'm not going to tell you. They fought they found an eldritch monster at the end of last session, and as I told them after we went off live, they maybe understand about a third of what's going on so far. There's a lot more that needs to be uncovered in this world that I have set up. And some of it might be uncovered today, depending on how fast you guys work. We'll have to see.
Oh, we'll stick to the plot this time. We'll try.
No, we won't. Come on. Let's be honest.
Here's the thing, right? And as we'll go over in the recap in a bit, you are now outside of Rift Reach, which is like the New York City of this world, where pretty much anything can happen because it's like the major hub. And let me tell you, it's much easier for me to improv in a city setting where I can throw anything I need at you. In a tiny village out in the middle of nowhere, I'm limited. But in a city, I can do whatever the heck I want.
You're telling me it's hard to improvise falling from the sky in the middle of a desert?
You're telling me it's hard to improvise when one of your party just randomly disappears into the fucking ether?
Oh, I should get my wild magic tables up, huh? I didn't do that.
Yeah, that might be a good plan.
It takes one Google search to pull them up. It's not like it's gonna take long, but there we go. Now I got my wild magic table. I forgot my dice again. I'm gonna go get those.
Like, while Matt's gone, Panda, do you have any predictions for what's going to happen, if not in this episode, at some point in the campaign?
Oh God, I'm thinking that at some point, for one, I think at some point we're gonna.
And while I'm at it, I brought my deck of many things just in case you guys get really wild.
No.
Actually, Panda. Do you know what this is?
At some point, I have no idea what that is.
This is good crowd work while we wait for Nikhil to get here.
Yeah.
So this is one of my favorite D&D items that I have. I bought this from a Kickstarter. It is basically it's sort of like a tarot deck, but of crazy magic things. And this is the specific thing. I don't know how well this is gonna show up on camera, so maybe this is not gonna work at all. But I'm gonna do it anyway. So they're like holographic. Oh, they work really well on camera.
Fun.
Yeah, they're like holographic cards that are animated,
cool.
And they're all there's a billion of them, and they all look different and they all do different things. Yeah, they actually read really well on camera because it just looks like they're animated.
Better on camera.
They really do.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'm gonna have to integrate that into the campaign now, just because I can show it off on the camera and they look really cool. Yeah. But yes, I do have. For anyone who wants to know where to get these, they're from a company called Hit Point Press. It's called The Deck of Many Animated Things. I don't know if you can still get them if they were a Kickstarter exclusive, but that's where I got them. I've had them for years. One of my favorite tricks in my my arsenal.
I was asking Panda if he has any predictions for what's going to happen, if not in this episode, at some point in the campaign.
Oh yeah, that would actually be really interesting. I would love from either you two or chat. I would love to hear predictions on where anyone thinks this is going. Also, someone said, "Do you have art for the monster from last session?" No, not yet. I'm going to get it, but keep in mind that they found that thing like a month early, so it's coming. It's coming, but I do not have it yet, but I will. By the time he starts showing up more, yes.
I'm thinking at some point we're probably going to get into each of our backstories a little bit more. I know for a fact at some point we have to talk to the god I'm cursed by.
Perhaps.
And we know nothing about Nikhil outside of the fact that he just stumbled out of the woods one day and went, I'm rolling with y'all. So,
Perhaps.
So true.
And Momo's hunting down a mysterious psychic.
I know you have a quest. I don't know if he has a quest from what I've seen. So maybe need to talk about that at some
Yeah.
point.
We need to have like a therapy session. Like, okay, so how'd you get
Why are
here?
you
What
such a
brought you-
murder guy?
Yeah. What's the murder burner for, dude? What's
Maybe
I-
the
you got
seeds of that
reasons for
quest
that,
have
or is
already
that just
been
who
laid.
you are?
Who knows? Who knows?
I think a prediction. I think we're gonna get to a point where it's a near TPK, and it's probably gonna be SG's fault.
Oh, you'll lick
To be fair-
you'll lick Jared one too many times, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden Jared's like, "Did you know I have a nuclear
To
option?
be fair,
Did
Momo,
you know?"
if we're talking about near TPKs that are SG's fault, you did meet one of the main bosses last week. I'd call that pretty
Oh, yeah.
close. You've kind of already
That's pretty
cleared.
fucking
You've kind
close.
of already cleared that bar.
I was thinking like Fireball with SG as the center, and everyone is in like 5-foot range.
Look, I'm okay.
And roll full damage.
I'm gonna look at my magic tables. I'm not gonna read off any of the effects, but I'm just gonna. I don't actually read through all of these magic tables beforehand, because I like being
great.
surprised. So I'm just gonna look through them, and you can see by my facial expressions. That's not too bad.
Oh, thank you. My shirt I got like 5 years ago, and I never wear it.
That's pretty good. Oh, butterflies. That's weird.
So I'm seeing a lot of if I'm ever gonna get pants in Rift Reach, and I'm gonna humbly request, just for the pure humor of it, that there are no pants the size of Glib anywhere. They just don't. They're not sold. I don't want it so that I'm the only frog person alive, but I do want us to be rare enough that it's like
it's not a. Because I meant, like.
Why the hell would I carry pants for a 3-foot tall frog
Yeah,
man? That's.
I feel like the size is going to be less of a problem than like the shape. The shape of
Yeah.
frog legs is
Yeah.
definitely going to be the thing that causes more of an issue than the size.
Also, he doesn't really have hips. He has nothing really to like hook
Yeah, it's just kind
anything
of like
onto.
the torso
so, like,
into the bendy legs.
yeah,
That's
he's
over
just
here.
kind of smooth shaped. So I feel like if he put anything on, it would just slide off
Slide
eventually.
right off.
And it's not exactly like he's got like shoulders or anything. You guys have seen the art of him. He goes like straight from neck to arm, so it's not even like he could put on like suspenders or anything.
Yeah. So that's good. That's in the final episode of the Symmetry War, however long that takes. The final scene of the final episode will be Glib getting his pants as the end of his arc.
Mr. No Name just decides, here you go. We have magicked you some
Alternatively,
pants.
he
Crap,
dies
what did we
before
call that
then,
guy?
and-
Mr. Mysterious?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, what was his name? What did
I
this?
think-
No, not with. What was his name? What was the name we gave
I think
him?
you just called
Mystery
him
Man.
Mystery
There we-
Man because you didn't ask anything about his identity
We
before
did.
accepting his job offer. Well, he did threaten to kill you, but accepting his job offer.
That's enough. That's enough information for us.
I am taking notes. I'm being a good player and taking notes.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. You get to do a little.
I'm drawing fan art of my own character, so that's
Is that
complete other side of it.
is that fan art or is it just art?
Am I?
If
I
it's-
don't.
I
I'm
don't-
not particularly
It's,
sure.
I don't. If it's your own character, I think that's just official art.
Yeah.
Also, we've had some requests for like fan art showcases and stuff. If you have fan art, send it to one of us.
Yeah.
Like we will
Send it.
definitely do some sort of fan art showcase. We just have to get. I've seen a couple things. But if you have done fan art of, Canyon or SG or Glib or
Yeah.
the Eldritch Abomination, send it my way, and I will definitely set up some sort of fan art showcase. I would
Oh,
love to do
shit.
something like that.
That reminds me. People keep asking me, how does SG lick things if she has no facial features? And the answer to that is, I completely forgot. That's how I designed my character, and I started licking things. So just picture like a hole opens in this white flat face. And
That
a
is the
tongue
most
comes out.
disturbing-
Okay,
way you
wait,
can
possibly-
really,
Yeah.
really,
That is
hold
so
on.
fucked.
There's a very important distinction there. When you say a hole opens, do you mean like it recedes as if it is a mask revealing a mouth underneath, or just a hole opens and a tongue comes out? Because those are very
just the
different
hole
things.
opens and a tongue comes out.
That was the
and goes
wrong
back.
answer.
Okay, listen, SG, I'm sorry, but like We already got Glibussy in the
Oh, that's
chat.
been
We
happening.
really don't need you to say that a hole opens in your face.
Oh
that
no.
something comes
I'm
Oh,
out
not
no.
of.
responsible for that.
I'm alerting you to what the chat will do. I mentioned the fact that I'm not wearing pants, and I keep getting
Oh,
messages.
no.
Dude,
So-
I keep getting messages about it. No, it's never going away at this point. The longer
All right.
you indulge the
God.
pants joke, the longer
Delete
it will
all
stay.
of that. All of that is not canon. What is actually canon is that her face
I'm
forms
about
into a
I'm
mouth
about to ban
and then a
chat.
tongue.
Chat is now banned for the rest of this episode. They have lost their
It's
chat
like a
not
privileges.
silly
have
putty
chat.
type thing, like a Rorschach face mask, except it's solid, and now there's a face and tongue.
I mean, that's something. Emotes only. Yeah, emote. Well, no, I don't even trust you guys with emotes at this point. You're gonna find some way to make it cursed. Someone said not what I
Terrible.
just started watching. Hopefully,
Oh shit!
Nikhil,
Well,
Nikhil
welcome
needs to
to
get
chat.
here. Nikhil needs to get here and rescue us from this, so that we can actually start the dang episode. Whatever video shoot he's doing better be important enough to justify putting us through this torment.
If it's not an ad, then I'm gonna be
I don't know
pissed.
what he didn't say. He was just said he was doing a video. But
Oh, you didn't say your predictions for the campaign, Matt.
oh.
It's his
my
campaign.
Well, no. Here, I can give.
I did
can
say
give my
predictions for what we're
predictions.
gonna do.
Yeah, I can give my. That's a good
Oh.
question actually.
Yeah.
I definitely. I expect you to continue going places you're not supposed to.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna have to be careful about telling you about any portals or anything of the sort because I feel like you're just gonna immediately jump into them.
He knows
I
us
also
so
think
well.
you're definitely gonna fall for one of my tricks.
Oh no.
I have many tricks
Oh,
set up, and
no.
I think one of them you're definitely gonna fall for, based on how you have acted
We've
so
never
far.
done that before.
I'm pretty sure SG is wise but not intelligent, so
Yeah, when you meet a certain character, and that's all I'm gonna say, I do think you're definitely gonna fall for a certain trick that I have set up. They already fell for the door. The track record is not great. You're right, Amy. But hey, the door taught them an important lesson about critical thinking and letting bees
Don't
out
trust
into
your
the
eyes.
tunnel.
I think low key, I kind of want a pet.
Ah,
and I
he's
don't
here.
want Jared to be
Hello,
a pet because
everybody.
Jared is a person.
He's also really tiny. Why is his camera so small?
I am a small.
I can.
cat.
And you said I was the problem.
You're all problems. You lick magic items.
Hey, are we licking shit again?
That's
Thank
There we
God.
go. Let me. There we go. Restore his size. All right, welcome, Nikhil. And on that note, we've done enough god awful crowd work. We can actually get into things. Let me announce again why the UI has changed the screen has changed a little bit, and then we'll get into the quick recap. So just for note for everybody, the reason that Moose's name is unfortunately gone from the screen is that Moose had a change in his work schedule and will not be able to join us as a regular campaign member. He will probably show up as a guest at some point, and there will be somebody filling his slot, but I need to work out the specifics on that. We considered leaving his name with the coming next week up there, just as a joke forever, but I felt like it would become more annoying than...
I was pro that joke.
Yes, Nikhil was pro gaslighting everybody in the chat. That's how I'll phrase it.
Not only was he pro it, that was Nikhil's idea.
Yeah, it was. People are saying,
I want the
I
whole
was the
chat to
most
know,
pro.
Nikhil wanted to gaslight.
I swear,
That
we
was-
were not gaslighting you the first 2 weeks. He really was going to be here. And I'm going to have to get him on as a guest. Like, I'm going to have to just to prove that he actually was supposed to be here. We chose the path of not gaslighting you. Anyway, let's do a recap of last session. Does anyone want to take the recap? Does anyone want to take a stab at it? Or do you want me
I'll
to
do it.
do
I'll
it?
try.
All right.
I love recaps. So just
Take
the
you take the
You go
take
ahead.
the
I'll
stage.
correct you when you try
Let me,
to make things sound too
Let
good.
me put your face in the middle. Well, that's Jay's face, but it'll change.
Wait. So are we doing the whole session so far, or like just last session?
Last
Yeah.
session.
Where did last session start? I do need that.
Last session started with you
Uh,
getting
we
back to the
wait-
town.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Okay. So what happened last session? We went back to the town. We found that the town had been overrun by Symmetrians?
Symmetris.
Brothers of Symmetris?
Yes.
Symmetris, which are like evil cops. And these magic evil cop people stopped us. We tried to make our way through subterfuge. Momo, SG pretended to be one of them. It did not work. They thought that he was just drunk on the job, and then they tried to get us in trouble for that. We were trying to steal one of their eagles, but we did not know where the eagles were. And then a weird old man called Glib over and said, "Hey, Glib, I'm mad at you." And Glib was like, "Me too. You tried to kill me." That's from episode 1, so you don't get a recap about that. And then old man was like, a bunch of exposition. Here's your basic thing. You have this magic shard. Take the shard back to where you got it at Rift something.
Rift Reach.
Rift Reach.
Yeah.
Rift Reach. At Rift Reach. And then at that point, at some point, we started slashing up a wall. We did that.
I forgot about that, actually.
I teleported away, and we thought if we cut through the wall, it would work. The Symmetris people came outside of the house. Glib said, "You can't stop us, you're not a cop," to which they responded that they are cops. And then Momo, or SG, licked the crystal once again, lit her hands on fire, burned one of the people just alive right there.
Oh, no, it wasn't just lighting her hands on fire. She shot fire out of her hands like a fucking flamethrower.
Yeah, that.
Okay, I should explain. I'm going to jump in real quick. They have a crystal that causes random effects whenever it is licked. And the random effect that happened to be chosen was a massive fire blast in the middle of the town.
Yeah.
Continue, Nikhil.
But then there was a big fight in the middle of the town for really no reason other than the fact we were in it all of a sudden. And then we did get an eagle because we stole one of the Symmetris people who I crossbowed, and later Glib wrapped into tentacles, and we made them fly us on an eagle, and everything was going great, except SG tried to pretend to be helpful, because even though possessing no healing ability, when we asked if they were feeling better, and then decided to try and help them by licking the crystal again, and that point teleporting away to an unknown location. At which point the person flying the eagle for us was pretty shaken. The distribution of wealth, not wealth, that's a different topic. The
distribution of wealth, what?
The distribution of weight was thrown off. The eagle crashed. Glib was very upset that he believed that the Symmetris agent had killed or somehow taken care of SG. He grabbed that person back in tentacles. We were all very upset, very mad. Meanwhile, SG was in this location that was very nice. I called it a hell dimension and got in trouble. So it's not a hell dimension. It's a normal dimension that was very fine until a hellish creature showed up who I cannot describe in justice. But imagine your nightmares. That was it. And then the nightmare creature spoke very nicely to them, to SG. And then SG managed to get back by breaking the crystal, releasing a genie named Jared. And then the Jared genie took us back into a lot happened last session. Took us back.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Took SG back to meet up with me and Glib. We asked some basic questions. We hologram talked with the old man. We were like, "What was that?" He was like, "I don't fucking know." Now we're going back to Rift Reach again to figure out what the hell's going on. And also, evil voice nightmare creature dude is talking to us through the shard. And also Canyon, me, murdered that Symmetris agent at the end. I think that I hit all the main points there.
I mean, yeah. Someone's saying that the main camera feed is delayed. It does look like it might. I don't know how to fix that though. Let me look. Main feed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can fix that. Let's see. It should be fine. I don't know why it's doubling. Not that.
Oh, yeah, that's so interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's done that before. I don't know. We might just have to roll with it for a bit and hope it resynchronizes. But for now, I'll put my face back in the center. So also, one thing I want to note, since I didn't really describe this last week, and I kind of realized I could say this after the fact, the other dimension that SG got teleported to, and Nikhil called it a very nice place. I would describe it as very like Alice in Wonderland-esque, where it's like, it seems like sort of a nice fantasy land, but something's definitely like wrong and off and strange about it. So it's a very Alice in Wonderland-esque thing. But yeah, Nikhil did a very good job of recapping last session. Symmetrous agents were set on fire, people were murdered, birds were crashed, elder gods were visited.
I still object to it not being birds were killed, but there was very specific crashed.
Because saying birds were crashed is funnier.
Like, also, I'm pretty
we
sure
most
still
likely
an air
killed a
clapper
bird.
now.
I mean, yeah, technically the bird is still there, which is, that's actually a great starting point because you guys and the bird. Oh, you
That's
something?
important too. Is Jared is a gem again?
Oh yeah, Jared.
Yeah.
Jared the genie has collapsed back into his crystal form, but not before, teleporting you guys closer to your goal. Because remember when you crashed the bird, and I'm going to continue saying crash the bird now out of spite. When you crashed the bird, you were pretty far away from the city of Riftreach, which was your goal. But Jared, in sort of one last magical burst before collapsing back into his crystal form, teleported you closer to the city. You're not immediately close to the city. You're not like right outside the gates, but you are within a reasonable walking distance. And it is you three and the bird. And I believe also the agent that you kidnapped, but then you murdered her, so she's not really in the picture anymore.
The corpse of the agent.
Yes,
we
the
murdered
corpse.
is also
The
there.
corpse of an agent is now there. So to sort of describe where you're at right now, I'll give a quick overview of Riftreach in general. So Riftreach is a city at the center of the continent of Vontrel, where you are adventuring right now. It is built upon a gigantic sort of ravine that spans the continent almost exactly north to south. And this is where the name Riftreach comes from, because it has great bridges that literally reach over the rift in the earth. It is a massive trade hub that is by far the most populated city in the area. It is gigantic. You don't know a ton about it necessarily, though, because while maybe, SG and K, I imagine you might have passed through there in your adventures, you aren't from there. Interestingly, if you want to know more about the city, the one person who might have a little bit more experience with it is Glib, because Glib was a scholar. So, Glib, if you want to roll a history check to see if you can give any more information about the city, before we move on to what you guys are, what your next move is.
I would absolutely like to remind the entirety of the chat that not only is Glib a very bad student, but he's also kind of dumb. So
yes, here, I'll actually,
my history is a -1.
Let's see, the audio might cut out here if I'm an idiot. Back real quick. All right.
Okay, so let's roll this history check.
No sound. It's fine.
I got 10.
Yeah,
A
there's no
10.
sound.
Okay, well, it was only for a second, so it should have been fine. I just wanted to show the character art for Glib, basically, and as you guys start doing things, I'll cut to your character art really quick and show that off. So a 10 is pretty middle of the road. So I wouldn't say you have any. It was a geography and history class in a magic school that Glib learned about Riftreach. It wasn't something that was on the forefront of his mind, I imagine. So all that you...
I wasn't listening very well.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, I didn't really pay attention in my history classes either, so nothing immediately notable jumps to mind. But one thing that I do kind of want to note about the city and your position to it. First off, you have a map, a sort of instructions that were given to you by the mystery man after sort of pulling the instructions out of Spigo's mind. I will remind the chat that the reason that they have come to Riftreach is because this magical shard that they have found that is somehow causing some sort of problem came from underneath Riftreach, which is a very interesting descriptor because digging under Riftreach is strictly prohibited because it's built on a big ravine and they worry about earthquakes and destabilization and things like that. So something very mysterious has happened to find a magical item underneath the city. And you guys have been given a map pulled out of a goblin's mind to sort of find this cave where he found the magic item. And I am actually going to send it to you guys on Skype right now. And I will pull it up I'll pull it up in the stream so that people can look at it as I'm sending it to you guys. Now, it's not the best map in the world, but that's the thing. You got it from a goblin who, doesn't have the best of intentions. That's all it is. There is no instructions. There are no words. It's just this. And for note, you guys are on the about the northeast side. You're coming from in the northeast direction of the city.
He mapped the whole
Uh,
ass city.
nice.
He's really.
I mean, as it's a goblin's map of the city. It's as reliable as you would expect that to be. Maybe you can find a better one, but
Okay. I was expecting like a bunch of little dashes and then like a this is where it was. So this is much better than I.
hey,
thought
you're
we were getting.
well, we'll
So,
see. Let me.
I might not be the smartest frog alive, but looking at this map, something stands out to me, and it's the fact that there's a big swirly little bit in the middle there that don't exactly look like it was architecturally planned out that way.
Oh, sorry. Ignore the. There we go. I have sent it to you guys on Skype, so I'm going back to the main screen now. But you can look at that map at your
Okay.
leisure. And yeah, it's a seemingly normal map of the city, but there's a big weird swirl on the other side from where you are approaching. One thing that's also that I will point. Well, no, I actually won't point out. I'll let you figure that out on your own.
Oh God, I don't know if I'm smart enough to figure this out.
So that is sort of the intro for this. You are maybe like a mile or two out, within fantasy walking distance from the city. You are on the northwest, northeast side, where Jared has teleported you, and that's where you're
Hello,
at.
everybody. This is my basic setup that I have right now.
Okay, let's see. All right, so we're on the northeast. Fuck, how does the compass work? Okay.
Here, I'll pull the map up again as
I
for
see
chat.
it.
Everyone's saying lick the map, which
Y'all have no faith in us.
actually, to be fair, I think they
That
at least
is
have a
fair.
reasonable
They have
expectation
all of the
of what you're going to do.
It's paper. Why would we lick it? We lick rocks.
And
Yes,
bones
solid
occasionally.
things. Yeah,
And people.
solid things have better taste. Hmm. Yes, Glib, I think you're right. We should check out this swirl on the map. Maybe it's an error in the goblin's mind, or maybe I actually don't know what it is. We must
Or
check
maybe these architects are just really fucking wackadoo. There might be some swirly buildings if we go that way, which would be quite awesome to see. However, I agree with you. I'm pretty sure it's just a fuck up. However, we're a mile out in the other direction.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Well,
you're gonna have to get in
have
first.
the eagle.
Yeah.
No, don't we?
The eagle that is very, very injured.
You mean the eagle we
Oh,
crashed
no.
into the ground going Mach 2?
Yeah, the
This-
extremely injured eagle.
We have a
Ugh.
very injured eagle,
Yes,
and none of us
crashed
know
eagle.
medicine.
Let me
Healers
see if
are
I can
overrated.
figure out how to heal eagle. Let me lick the crystal and maybe it will help.
We're
This
licking the
worked out
crystal
so
immediately.
wonderfully.
That's
That's
all right. Let me.
Can I just state, I know it won't help anything. I'm hiding behind the eagle's body the second that the crystal is pulled
Yeah,
out.
that's understandable. Do I have something I can roll these dice on so it doesn't make an incredibly loud noise on my desk? I'm just gonna pull a Carnage comic and roll it on that. There we go.
Like I'm hoping that I will be
Alright.
able to heal the eagle with this magic that comes from
Uh,
Jared's nut body, a casing around Jared's body.
Yes, you don't know how Jared works yet exactly. You can figure it out, but it's a mystery so far. All right, that is a
Jared, the vaguely Russian
72.
genie.
If anything, I'd like to
Oh.
at least be able to speak to it.
Okay, well that's something happens.
Yay!
You don't really
My
know
God.
what though.
What?
What?
That'll matter later.
God damn it!
Well, it doesn't seem like it
Do
was
we
able to
know
heal
that
it.
something happened?
N-
Like us
Nope.
or did nothing just happen? to
Nothing
us?
happened to you guys. I
Shit.
have made a note of it.
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
Lick it again.
Well, that didn't work. Should we just?
Give it another go.
I'll get the
Lick it
dice again.
Lick it again? Okay.
Lick
One
it
more
again.
time.
One more time. One more time. I put my hand on the eagle and be like, "Get better now," and lick
Alright.
the crystal.
Let's see if that I actually got
Directive.
the same table. That saves me some time. Is
He's a genie. He's got to work on the wish roll, right?
Uh,
Please don't roast the. Please don't roast
Wait,
the eagle.
you're a-
please.
So it says you regain all expended sorcery points, which I don't know if you have any expended sorcery points at the moment.
I don't think I had used any this time.
No, we just had a
So
long
I'll
rest
give you
before we
I'll give
ended
you
last time.
a benefit. You have like an extra sorcery point. You get sort of
Yay!
an overflow one that just sort of
Okay,
appears.
+1
That's
sorcery
and to be clear, that's not a permanent extra. But you have like an overflow stack until you use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to remind we were gonna level up at the beginning of this.
Oh,
if I remember.
you're right.
correctly.
That's right.
We should have been doing that when Nikhil was not here. Yeah, let's. Okay, that's gonna actually be I should have set that up beforehand, but I forgot because I've got final projects going on right now.
Cheers.
So yeah, let's.
But as I touch the eagle, I do feel myself get stronger.
Yes,
So
you
it's
do
like,
get a little
okay,
bit
that
of
didn't do what I meant for it to do, but I do feel like
You have a.
I could do 1 or 2 extra spells now.
Yes.
Weird.
You do have a little bit
I
of
could
extra
fuck someone
stuff.
up one more
Funny
time.
enough, I'll let you figure out what the first one did yourself. But leveling up, let's do that real quick, and this will be fairly fast because I'll bet you're. I'm gonna pull up Glib's list right now. Everyone, if you're not in D&D Beyond, go to D&D Beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Can I won't. I guess I can share it. Hold on. Well, no, I don't want to set that up right now. So the first thing that you're gonna do for leveling up, and I'll do this sort of as a tutorial for the new people and for anyone in the chat who doesn't know how D&D leveling up works. The first thing that you're going to do is you're going to increase your max HP. Do you guys know, were you rolling for your HP or were you just taking the average? I don't remember. I believe I left it up to you guys, so I don't know exactly which. I know Nikhil rolled for his.
I think I took the average.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember what I did, so I'm just gonna
average
go
is probably
average.
the favorite. So, every one of your characters has something called a hit die, and it's different for every class. I don't immediately know what all of yours are immediately. You can just like Google Warlock or Sorcerer or Rogue hit dice. Mm-hmm. And then it's probably like a D8, something of that nature. And you are going to, if you're taking the average, add the midpoint plus 1 if it's an average, so if it's an even number, so if it's an 8, you take a 5, to your maximum health. So I see Glib right now. Glib, you have 24. If your hit die is a D8, which I think it is, then your I don't remember what your hit die is, but whatever your hit die, you're gonna, if say it was a D8, then you would go up to 29 max HP. Does that make sense?
Say it again.
Oh, someone in the
time.
chat is saying D8 rogues and warlocks. Thank you, irregular blessing. So basically, you're going to take your
class, not race.
yeah. Your
All right,
race
cool.
is an abomination that we homebrewed. Your race does
I was
not
about
have
to
a
say,
hit
I'm
die.
like, I'm technically a grung, so I'm not
No,
particularly
yeah,
sure.
it's with your class. And
All
someone
right.
in the chat said it's a D8. So you're going to take your max HP and you're going to add 5 to it. So you're going to go up to 29. Your current is also going to increase. So you'll go up to, I believe, 17 currently. Nikhil, you're going to do the same thing. Take your max HP up by 5. And then Momo, look up, your sorcerer hit die and add
My hit die are at 3d6. I'm also so bad at math, so all the numbers you're saying to do was just not computing.
Okay, understandable. If your hit die is a D6, then
Yeah.
you're going to add 3 to your max HP.
Okay,
If you're because you're taking the average of
Wait,
all
so-
the rolls, so
rad. So I am now at 23 hit points.
So wait, 4d8 would be what?
4d8 would be you take the max on your first level. So your first level is going to be 8, and then you would have, I believe, 4 added.
Hey, we're all working on D&D. We're all working on D&D Beyond, right?
I mean, you can technically.
Yeah.
You can just hit manage and go up a level.
Oh, that would have been easy.
Yeah.
We should have really done this beforehand. But yeah.
Oh
okay.
yeah, I hit manage level 4 and then it did the hit points for me.
Okay, well then do
Yeah,
that.
same.
Who needs me guiding
Okay.
you through it when I'm clearly...
I don't mean to
no,
cut you
no,
off. It's like,
please
this is
cut
a
me
lot
off. I
of
was
math.
explaining that horribly. Oh, yes, and your con modifier. Yes, well, if you're going to do level up, then it should be fine. That was the thing I was forgetting.
And something about an ability score improvement.
Yes, that ability score improvements is where things get really fun. That was the thing where you should all get an ability score improvement at 4th level. You can technically choose a feat for this purposes. I'm going to say probably just pick an ability score. So everyone go to your score calculations. And I actually, you know what I am actually going to do? I am going to pull up this for chat so that they can see what we're doing and not just stare at our faces.
Not theater of the
Hold
mind
on.
this time.
Let me where is it? Character builder, D&D Beyond. It's a little big, but there we go. Here you go, chat. So now you can actually see, this is Glib's ability score breakdown, just because he was the first in my list, so he was who I chose to show up. As you can see, here are Glib's scores. He's got pretty good strength, high dexterity, high constitution, great charisma. Not the best intelligence in the world, but pretty solid. And all of these are going to correspond to a modifier. 12 equals a +1, 9 is a -1, 17 is a +3, etc. They go up on even numbers. So, a 12 to a 13 is a +1, a 14 to a 15 is +2, a 16 to a 17 is +3. This is actually a great spread for giving that an example. What you can do with an ability score improvement, you can take these numbers and you can either increase one of them by 2 or 2 of them by 1. So something that Glib could do, for example, is he could take his dexterity and constitution, increase both of these to 16, and then forever he would have a +3 to these instead of a +2. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So all of you get to do that. You can either increase 2 of your scores by 1 or 1 of your scores by 2. And I know people are saying feats are usually better, but for the sake of new people, I want to do ability score improvements because that's something that's a good core thing. Momo, what's up?
I was looking at something for feats just
Okay.
to look at it, and there's the healer feat, which you can stabilize a creature, restore it to 1 HP, or restore 1d6 plus 4 its number if it dies HP to it. I feel like that's going to be the most useful thing at this point because none of us have any type of healing anything.
You can take a feat since you know how they work. You've played before. For the people who don't, feats are basically like special abilities and extra things that you can add, but there's a lot of them and they're more complicated. I will say, if you guys, Nikhil or Panda, want to go through and change one of your ability score things to a feat after this session, that's fine. We can talk. Just let me know.
Okay.
But for the sake of this, just set up your ability score improvements to start.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
What is
that's the feat I'm going to
now
take.
you actually
what's
have healing
the
powers.
ability score that manages magic?
So it changes depending on your class. For you, it would be charisma.
Okay.
So you could have a 19 in charisma, which is big, because 20 is technically the maximum. So
I'm gonna do both for charisma then.
I will say, remember, it goes up on even numbers. I believe you had a 17 on charisma. So if you wanted to get that up to an 18, take it to a +4, and then raise something else. Or you could put both in, and then it'll be easier for you to do it later. It's really up to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. All I really do is use magic and scare the shit out of people.
Yeah, charisma is your core. But I'm saying if you want to boost another stat at the same time, you can. And yeah, since we're using D&D Beyond, this should do automatic calculation. Also, fun fact, the company that makes D&D, Wizards of the Coast, just bought D&D Beyond like earlier this week. Yeah, interesting thing there. So integration might be getting better in coming months.
All right. I think I'm gonna go ahead and learn True Strike.
Okay. And yes, also you also get new spells. We'll talk about that in just a second.
Okay, there we go.
All right, and the last thing is that you'll get new spell slots, and this should be something that it should come up in the when you click level up. You should have extra spell options. You know how you can go through and click like manage on your spells, and I'll go ahead and I'll pull up Glib's sheet again here for everybody. For those who wanted to see Glib's
Learn
stats,
a new
here he is.
score. Cantrips and known spells.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
And now that he's leveled up to 4, there will be new options under manage spells.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I decided to forget, not do True Strike and instead do Mold Earth because I realized that's probably a lot more useful in
Mhm.
this situation.
It's funny, people, Panda, people are saying that you should boost your intelligence score so it shouldn't have a negative. So I want to remind everyone that Panda very intentionally made his intelligence negative. That was part of the character.
Yeah.
That was
Glib is
that
dumb.
was a purpose.
That's the joke.
Panda did one of the he did an advanced thing for D&D players, which is purposefully give himself negative stats for the purposes of role playing the character. So good for Panda for being fancy.
I want him to basically just be some fucking nobody who thought he could be a mage and fucked it up so immensely because he's the most unlucky human being on the planet.
And hey, he's now look at him now.
And now he is the most unlucky grung on the planet.
Now, Nikhil, let me look at your stats here because as a not spellcaster, you obviously don't get extra spells, but you would get some extra stuff. Let me find out exactly what that is, and then we will get back to the storyline. I see you did add your health in, so that is good. Features and traits. Cool. Yeah, I think your rogue table, you boost your sneak attack damage. I believe that's what happens. This is fascinating. It's my first Twitch, and it's really helped me understand things. I'm glad, Gizmo the Clown. I'm glad that this is helping, because this was totally impromptu, because I forgot that we needed to level up, so I'm glad someone is getting something out of it. Let me look at your rogue table. Oh, wait, no. It's the ability score improvement. So let me check that out, and then Nikhil will tell you what you get. Rogue class details. 4th level, ability score improvement. Okay, that actually is all you get at level 4. Level 4 is a not super one for you, Nikhil. But I will tell you,
Okay.
when you get level 5, you get an ability that when somebody you can see tries to attack you, you can basically use once per turn. You get half the damage of the attack by being a fancy, dodging boy. So at level 5, you start to get fancy duelist stuff, kind of.
Nice.
Yeah,
Anything that helps
yeah.
me
At level
fight
5,
better.
that'll be a really good thing because it's literally just anybody that you can see. So you can use it to dodge arrows or people 1v1ing you. It's very nice. Or in theory, elder gods, it works on anybody. So it's a very, very nice ability to have on hand.
In a completely hypothetical situation.
In a completely hypothetical situation.
What I'm hearing is I'm gonna meet Nightmare Creature guy.
I mean,
and
I'm
I'm
sure
gonna
that's
fight
going to be
him.
happening at some point.
I'm gonna meet the nightmare
Hand to
creature
hand.
and I'm gonna hit him in the face. That's my plan.
That's a good plan.
Someone said, why don't you guys use Discord? I don't believe Discord lets you port camera feeds into Streamlabs. That's why we're using Skype instead of Discord. People were yelling at me for using Skype, and it's we have to use Skype because Discord doesn't work for this.
Well, other people stream things, right? They can't all be using
I don't
this
know.
dead
Dude,
app.
I looked up whether Discord allows NDI, and I couldn't figure out a way to do it. I'll poke around later, but hey. Zoom.
Yeah. I mean, Discord does work, but I've only used Discord plus OBS, not Streamlabs
Yeah.
specifically for
Yeah.
streaming.
I'll poke around with it later, but I've got other things that I need to set up, so it's working for now, even though I have to put Panda's camera in every time. Anyway, are you guys all done with leveling up? Any questions there, or are we ready to get back to the action? Why
I'm
is my-
still working on it a little bit,
Okay.
but I'll be done in a second.
I think I'm good. I had the easiest one. but I nailed
Yeah, you
it.
just had the ability score improvement to set up.
And level 4 sorcerers only get
Fixing my
one
HP
more
point.
cantrip and 1 second level spell, I
That
think.
sounds right.
Okay.
Do feats are made. Momo is taking a feat, a regular blessing, but I'm recommending that the other two do it for now, just for the sake of speed. I'll let them change it later if they want, but since we're live, I don't want people combing through the immense amount of feats for a long time.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm supposed to have.
Someone said they're gonna end up befriending
yeah,
the
yeah.
nightmare creature. I feel it in my bones. I mean,
You know
it's
it.
not impossible.
Not a boss.
Kill random people you see on the street. Befriend the Nightmare Creature god.
Checks
thing.
out.
You see, while I'm looking through these, I'm trying to take into consideration what makes sense for my character to have, because
Oh, you're looking through spells still?
he doesn't actually go and learn spells. He just curses.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to. I'm trying to think of like the best spells that fit him. And I already just gave myself Thunderclap, so I'm deciding if I want to give him Darkness to be able to completely fuck up anybody being able to see
Do it
things.
because it's Kraken ink.
Oh!
There you go.
There you go. That's a good idea.
It's thematic.
Perfect. Gotcha. All right, I got my spells. I got my 2 things.
Someone said, I mean,
Yeah, my ability score improvement.
they kill people. The nightmare creature presumably kills people. Sounds like a beautiful friendship. That's
What if the nightmare creature doesn't kill people? What if he's like an actual pacifist and we're the bad people?
And we just roll the
Oh,
fuck up
yeah.
on
You didn't
this
talk
dude.
to him. You don't know. You didn't talk to him for maybe he doesn't like murder.
Wait, I wrote his name down. What the fuck was it? Polnaris. He had like a weird vibe, like a genuinely weird vibe, but
You
he
guys
did
don't
rip me
you
apart
guys don't know
immediately.
anything about him yet. Maybe he's not a murder monster.
Y'all like,
Then someone should like really voice to him that, hey, you have a really weird vibe.
I mean,
Oh shit, that's right. I heard him in my head right before we ended.
yes, you did hear a laugh in your head at the end of last session that sounded like it was coming from the shard.
Yeah.
So
I'll just not tell anyone about that until later.
Oh, I didn't realize we didn't know that. I thought that.
No.
no. It was a specific sort of psychic laugh.
I'll keep that to myself until a better moment.
Perfect. All right. Now, if you still need to go through your spells, Panda, that is fine. But I think
I'm all good. I'm all set.
We will cut back to the scene that we sort of mistakenly started on. You are, outside. I'll bring the map up one more time. You are outside of the city to the northwest. So that if you don't want to worry about compasses, top right. To the top right is roughly where you are.
That's
And this is the only instruction that you have been given as of now. So I don't know. It's a mystery.
Right. And we know we saw the map. We need to get into the city. We're like a mile or so out, right?
Yeah, roughly. And I said that kind of you are within a reasonable walking distance, You're not going to die from the walk.
Okay. Well, we tried
Let's go.
We tried Jared twice. I don't think that worked.
Jared twice. But now
We've licked
with
him
my
about
healer
50 times and you've teleported once. So I don't know if it's a good idea to keep, and other times we've gotten bad effects. So I don't know if it's a good idea to just keep trying that.
We've only gotten one bad effect, and it's the same one that teleported
All right,
her.
let me
And
try
the
one
fire.
more
That was a
fire
great
did lead
effect.
to interesting things.
thing. Let me try one more thing.
Hold on.
Okay,
Someone's
so
yelling at me because I said
take-
northwest. I meant northeast. I'm just a fool. You're on the northeast.
Top right hand.
I take the hand of the talon of the
Talon.
eagle, and I kiss it and restore. Fuck, what is it? I restore some of the hit points because of my healer's feat. Healer
Kiss the bird.
feat.
Bird
So
is
I hope you
ready.
have them.
Yeah, someone pointed this out in the chat. It's also what I'm thinking. A mile is not far.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
we
like
can
you
walk.
We
you
can.
are explicit. You are within walking distance. Like that was the intent. Jared teleported
Yeah.
you
We can
within
just
walking
Get
distance.
this go.
That was what happened.
I just want to point out for everybody saying that if you were down the street from like a 7-Eleven and you wanted to go and get a chocolate bar and you had a fucking like pimped out Mustang in your front yard, you're not walking. We have a fucking
I'm gonna
eagle,
return
man.
that. I'm gonna
You
return to
have
that
an
analogy
eagle.
in a minute. I think.
Yes, and I restore a 1d6 plus hit points to it, plus additional hit points equal to the creature's maximum number
That's
of
a
hit dice.
really good feat. That's a lot of healing. All right, do your roll.
Yeah, it says the creature can't regain hit points from this feat again until it finishes a short or long rest.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Do your heal roll.
1d6 plus 4. Come on, where are we? Oh my gosh, d6. Where'd you go? Okay. Roll. That's you get 6 hit points, and then it's what is it? Plus how much are the dice it already has?
I'm not going to necessarily tell you the stats of it, but I will tell you that
Okay.
its wing seems to, not in a gross way, but sort of, the wing sort of snaps back into place, and it doesn't look amazing, but it looks like it could probably fly, especially since you are down a person because of the murder you did.
You're welcome.
Hello, eagle friend. I know the person that usually pilots you. We did murder her,
Oh
but
shit, we don't know how
I
to ride
hope
the
that
eagle.
because I did help you, you will now pilot my friends and I to where we have to go.
I just want to ask a
To
quick
this
question. Can you
10-minute
talk to
walk here.
animals?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think you could.
That's
But
what
I
I
was-
thought.
The eagle seems...
Well, I have some animal thing, right? Isn't that how we got on the eagle in the first place?
No,
No,
we got on the
there's
eagle in the
you
first
can
place.
roll animal handling. Animal handling is a stat, and I believe Nikhil did
Yeah,
a very
oh,
good
okay.
roll
I'm gonna try.
for animal handling.
So
But
I'm
we
gonna
still
roll
don't-
animal handling because
Okay,
I don't.
that will
I
make it
can't
so we
speak.
can get on it. We still don't know how to pilot the fucking thing, and we just
Oh.
crashed
Yeah.
it.
So
Would it help if I told you I rolled an 8?
okay, I was about to say, and
I
luckily
got a
I was
10.
gonna say you can roll with advantage because you just healed the bird, and so it sort of is
Yes.
favorable to you at the moment.
Awesome. Thank
Like
you.
you
Let me roll
literally
again.
just fixed its wing, so it likes you at the moment. So I'll give you the advantage on that
Are
roll.
you kidding me?
You
I
got
rolled an
some
8
skill.
again.
Okay, yeah, 8's not great. Anyone else want
It's not
to try animal handling? You do not get the advantage.
I'll
But
do it. Ooh, I got
okay,
a fucking.
that is worse.
Haha! I got an 18.
18.
Let's
Okay,
Okay.
18
Shit.
is good enough. On your last try, you are all able to sort of convince the bird to let you get on its back. Which, for note, Nikhil, this is why I said crash the bird.
Spider-Man trying to sling his webs, trying to get this thing to go.
I said crash the bird, not kill the bird, because the bird's not dead. But yeah, so you are
Mortally injured
on the
bird.
bird's back. And interestingly, when you get on the bird's back, it just sort of takes off and starts flying to the city, just sort of naturally.
Lit. We jump.
No,
Okay.
we don't jump.
Everyone, I'm gonna say roll insight, or actually no, just roll a wisdom check, just a flat wisdom check.
Oh no.
No. Okay.
22.
Oh, I
Okay,
got
so I'm
22.
gonna give you a
16.
little hint here.
Yeah.
So you know how Panda made an analogy a bit ago, where like if you had a Mustang or something, and you pimped out
Yeah, pimped
Mustang,
Out Mustang.
and you wanted to go get a candy bar at the convenience store down the street, that's what you would take. The Eagle is not really a Mustang. A better analogy would be police car that you stole.
Oh.
The Eagle seems to
Oh,
be
no.
flying.
Right.
The
Oh,
Eagle
no.
seems to be
Oh, no.
flying back to the Symmetrist headquarters like a homing pigeon.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
I
Time to
told
jump.
ya
We jump.
should've walked. It was an option.
How long have we been flying this thing? How far into the city are we before
You
we
got
realize
a
this?
22, right? Right, Canyon. I'll say
We got a
okay.
20.
Yeah, 22.
Wait. Yeah. You.
Was it 22 or 26?
Regardless, that's a high roll. I'll say you figure this out like right before you're about to cross like the inner wall. I'll pull up the map again. Or actually, and you guys can look at it. That's the wrong thing.
Seriously,
There we go.
How
So
high
for
up
now,
are we?
you are like crossing the inner wall. There's some buildings and stuff outside of the main wall, but you are about to cross that inner circle there. You're pretty high up. You're pretty high up. I don't know.
I think we need Jared. Like, we
Jared
need
again.
Glib, use your staff to break the crystal.
Alright, I swing on the crystal. I still don't know how to use this fucking thing, so I just swing on it.
You bonk the crystal. Nothing seems to happen because it's been like maybe 20 minutes since Jared last appeared.
Are you kidding me, Jared? This is not the time to be
I don't think-
temperamental.
Come on, you
He went
temperamental
to
motherfucker. I
sleep.
swing on it
He
again.
went to sleep when he went back in the crystal.
Wake
Can I
up.
roll animal handling again to just
Okay,
try
what'd
and
you
land
say?
the fucking thing? Can I roll animal
Yeah, you
handling
can
again to
try
try
it.
and land the thing?
Oh
I got a
12
I got a
is
12.
not enough to sort of override this eagle's
Great.
natural training.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think I have a plan. So I can shapeshift. I want to shapeshift into a creature that can't fly, but can fall gracefully. So I'm going to shift
change-
into
You better have
a
a
plan to
flying
get the
squirrel
rest of
person.
us
Can you
off of
change
this.
into animals as a changeling? I don't think changelings can
Wait.
do that.
Also, you said we're near the wall, right?
Shit.
Wait, Matt.
You are
said
near the
we're
wall,
near the
yes.
wall, right? What's the
You could
distance of
probably
us to
land
the
on the wall. It wouldn't be
Jump
it wouldn't be great, and it's
Alright.
a
Okay.
risky play.
I mean, that's all we
mean,
got.
That would be a dexterity
Yeah, it would
thing,
be
I assume,
a
right?
dexterity thing.
Okay, I
Yeah,
have
you're
literally
you're
so much
you're
of
okay. I
dexterity.
will tell you
would
this,
like
Nikhil. You are a rogue. This is like the situation you were made for. Is this kind of stuff? So you're
Yes.
you're fine, probably, unless you get a 1. You know.
Yeah, that would suck. I also can like stick to walls, so I feel like
two out of 3 of you can climb, so you'll be fine.
Oh, mold earth. Fuck. How do I? use
Yeah,
this?
you got a new spell for that.
Wait a minute. Hey, Momo, why don't you just shapeshift into me? I'm
Oh,
a
I can do
frog.
that. Oh, that's totally true. I can shapeshift. I'll just shapeshift into an exact copy of Glib, except I'm wearing pants.
Oh,
That is so
Oh.
mean. That is so
the
mean.
spite play. Oh. All right, so you
Alright, so we are jumping. That's the thing.
you're all gonna need to roll. I'll say you can either roll acrobatics or athletics, whichever one you prefer. I'll give you a choice of either.
Okay, I have
Yes.
a question.
I
For
got a
mold
7.
earth, it says I can choose a portion of dirt or stone that you can see within range that fits within a 5-foot
Okay.
cube. Could I make some kind of ramp, like a slide type thing, so when we fall, we don't like fall directly flat. We slide
That's a good
down.
idea. It is a 5-foot cube, so it's not a huge ramp, but I'll use that to.
It's a decent sized slide.
I will use that to lower the necessary check that you have to do. So I'm not gonna tell you what it is again, but I'll say it's lowered a little bit because that was
Okay,
clever.
so I have to. What do I have to roll? Dex?
I will say acrobatics or athletics, whichever you choose, whichever is higher, basically.
I got a -1 to athletics, so it's
Okay.
gotta be acrobatics.
All right, just whenever you jump, let me know your roll.
I jump, and I got a 12.
Okay, a 12.
I
Also, actually,
also jumped in. I got a 17.
okay.
I got a fucking 7.
You did roll a 2. Okay, that's not so.
I'm the only one that
So-
didn't grab anything here.
So, Glib is able to pretty, frog bodies I imagine are kind of squishy. So he's able to sort of land on the
Squishy.
ramp and roll down without too much damage. Momo, being a copy of Glib, is able to do the same. Canyon, however, the one guy who was most qualified to do this, misses the ramp and kind of just slams his toe. So, I'm imagining this is like, if someone wanted to animate this, there's a ramp on the wall, a frog rolls and then tumbles down, and then a second frog rolls and then tumbles down, and then there's a brief pause, and then just cat slams into the ground.
Lands on my feet though.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna be nice.
You fucking jumped off
You
of a bird.
take 2 damage. 2 damage, Nikhil.
What? That was a graceful fall. I disagree with what happened.
Yeah.
I nailed that. It was a little harder.
That's
on
a
the knees, but
Deadpool
it's
2
fine.
superhero landing where you just hear a little crunch when you hit the
It's
ground.
the Mr. Knight
Yeah.
thing. He lands and then just falls over.
Ow! Yeah, it's Moon Knight. It's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
Moon Knight. You did a perfect superhero landing and fall to
Yeah.
the side.
But the point is,
That's less
Nah.
than the fucking bees
yeah,
gave us.
then
That's
I'm being nice there. That is my the DM's kindness, but
Thank
whatever.
God.
All right, now I'm gonna roll for how lucky you guys are. All right, you're decently lucky.
Yeah.
Which I'm not necessarily gonna tell you what that means yet. But yeah, you are now on the wall. The eagle seems to be continuing on its pathway to to wherever the headquarters is. You don't know, somewhere in the city.
So
This
we're on
is so disappointing. I have no cat and I have no pet eagle.
So we're on top of the
Bro,
wall
you gotta
right now,
stop.
right?
Yeah.
Like we like
That's
You are on
important.
top
looking
of the,
over the
yes,
city.
you are on top of the wall looking over the city.
Can I do a perception check to like look and see if I can see
Yeah,
things?
yeah, for
Like,
sure. That's
we have a map, but
I will give you more info about the city if you get good and give you some more stuff.
well, I got an 8, so that's a no.
Eight's not fantastic. Other players, you may roll
No.
a perception check as well if you would like.
Yeah, I'll do it. I got a fucking 5. What's going on
All right,
today?
perception. I
You've
hope
been
I
hanging around
roll
me
higher
too
on
long.
that. Okay, that is a 9.
All of you are pretty shaken from the fact that you just dropped onto a stone wall after jumping off a bird, so none of you are really in the a headspace to look around and notice too many things at the moment. Plus, Rift Reach is just very overwhelming.
Okay.
I'll describe the architecture a little bit for those who are curious. The way I sort of imagine Rift Reach is think of like New York City or like Coruscant or some big city like that if it was made by the ancient Egyptians. It's sort of like very towering architecture, but specifically in that like fantasy desert way. So it looks, like an ancient Egyptian New York is basically what it looks like. It's a very overwhelming sight that you can't piece too much out of from just looking right now.
Okay.
All right, so what size is this wall? Like, is this like a 60-foot wall, like a
Are
10-foot
you
wall?
about to try and jump off the fucking wall again?
It's a big wall. It's a big wall. It's going to be closer to the 60 foot range. And for note, the buildings that are like right next to the wall are a little shorter, and they ramp up as you get closer to the city.
So this is like Ba Sing Se type
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not just like a little. It's a pretty big one.
All right, I feel like we climbed down, right? You're still looking like Glib, so you can still climb.
Yeah.
And then me and Glib can climb.
Yeah,
So
that
let's
is
just go down.
something that you are all
Yeah.
capable of. You all have a climbing speed. Well, Momo in this speed or in this form has a climbing speed. So yeah.
So
Okay,
we climb
yeah,
down,
let's
and
climb
I'm
down.
just like, I just
I'm
say,
assuming, but I'm going to clarify just for the sake of it. You're climbing down on the inner part of the wall, I'm guessing. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
We climbed down the
Yeah.
wrong side of the wall. We get confused how
you
it
climbed
didn't
down.
work.
as we climb down, I'm just like, Glib, this form is so fun. I don't know why you want to be a human again. This is amazing.
That's because you have pants. It's a bit drafty otherwise.
Oh, I can fix that. Can I minor illusion pants?
I would imagine. I don't know if they'll be able to move with
I feel
him.
like that's more
I don't think they'll be able to move with him, but
Oh no.
But also, like, they wouldn't function as pants, right?
oh
It would
yes,
just
they
look
would.
like
They
pants.
wouldn't
Yeah.
function.
It was a loop.
It would
No,
be
so
a
much
worse.
Mysterio hologram of pants.
It would
Yeah.
still be drafty. He would just seem to not have a reason to complain.
I would just okay, then I prestidigitate the general feeling of pants. But
That's
like
a
jeans.
sentence right there.
What is pants?
Can you? I don't know if prestidigitation can prestidigitate the general feeling
general
of pants.
Feeling of
Do you
jeans.
know how do you know what jeans are? This is a fantasy world.
Then fantasy jeans.
Prestidigitate the general feeling of fantasy jeans is one of the worst sentences
Yeah.
I have ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah. Just the sensation of wearing pants.
Oh,
I feel like it's just still going to be drafty.
are you
No
doing
way,
this
like,
as you are
it feels
climbing
like
down
he's
the
wearing
wall?
pants. Not gonna get fit.
Yes.
As I'm climbing down the wall, great. Now I'm chafing. Thanks. That's super.
You're
helpful.
welcome. That's the feeling of wearing pants. Have fun.
Okay.
As said, fuck this whole.
For one of
fucking
the
session.
scariest people in this party, I'm feeling very condescended upon today.
Roll a perception check real quick.
I feel like the vibe is that you're
I'm
not
interrupting
scary
here.
to me
Everyone
or
roll a
SG.
perception
You're just scary
check.
to other people. You're a little frog
Okay.
man.
I don't like the fact that you just out of nowhere.
17 perception.
Perception check.
Wait, what are we rolling?
Perception.
Yep.
Again? Can we roll persuasion? I have a lot of
think-
that.
Oh,
I
there,
don't have
This
any.
is
there might be some
probably going-
persuasion in a minute.
I got 18.
Okay.
I got 18.
Okay, so that's enough. It doesn't even really. Okay, so this
19.
time you. That's actually. Despite being fittingly and completely oblivious as you were looking over the city, and crawling down the wall, loudly yelling about pants, you do look down to notice that there is a decent amount of people looking up at you climbing down this wall, considering that you are, like, yelling in broad daylight.
Oh, we should be more quiet from now on.
I think that boat sailed. I think.
Well, you
Can I
could at least
wave?
whisper it.
Now, I will say, those are all very good rolls, so it doesn't look like there are any, like, town guards or symmetrists or anything. It just seems to be, like random people. There's no uniforms that you can pick out, but, like, that you have definitely been noticed. And they aren't leaving either.
They're just looking at us. All right.
I'm definitely
How
waving.
far up the wall?
I'm using one of my arms to just.
I like how you clarify using one of my arms to wave.
Yeah, I have weird flipper
True.
flipper appendages.
All right, so you
Yeah.
a couple people in the crowd sort of wave back, notably like a child like really excitedly waves back, but most of the
Guys,
other
I
people
think they're
still just
friends.
look confused.
How far up or
I
far
would
down?
say you're
the
maybe
wall
like
are we at this
halfway.
point?
You're 25
So
feet
like
a second
they have
roughly.
a good impression of us?
I mean,
Okay.
Like
I
that's
would
what's
say
cool?
in certain circumstances they might not have a good impression of you, but like the fact that it is two frog people is making you more notable. So
Okay.
I
Should've been
will
fucking
say, and
tobacco.
again, since you
Whatever does-
since you got good rolls, Canyon, you get the sense that maybe you are not the focus of their attention at the moment. It is definitely the two frog creatures.
What? What did we
Yeah.
do?
I mean,
Yell.
yeah, you were. I would like. What did
Also,
you do?
I'm
You
weird.
climbed
I
down.
look weird.
You
so-
started scaling down the city walls, yelling about pants, while also just being very weird-looking creatures in
Yeah.
general.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes
Then-
sense.
That makes
That checks
sense.
out.
Oh, you
I mean,
still
since
want
we're
to? You still
spend-
want to be a frog person now? Is this great? Do you enjoy this?
I mean,
this
this is
feeling?
great. They don't
Are you
hate
still
us. They think they
climbing
think we're
down as you're
entertaining.
talking? Okay,
Yes.
so roughly at this
Yes.
point, you
Wait, what is the speed we're all
So I
climbing
believe
at?
your maximum speed in general is going to be like 25 feet every like 6 seconds, which I know that's a weirdly specific number, but that is technically how D&D movement works. You can go slower if you want, but that would be your maximum.
Well, my point is, this was a 60-ish
Yeah.
foot wall,
Yeah.
right? And I know I got 20 feet
it's
in
pretty
whatever
quick.
amount of
It's
time.
only
so
a-
I feel like it doesn't take.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I
I
was
feel like
about
we're-
to say
Yeah.
you're getting to the bottom at this point.
Yeah.
I also want to point out that I can jump 25 feet, right?
Yeah, you have a big jump.
Okay. Can I just jump to the ground?
Yeah, easily.
Okay, fuck it. I just let go of the wall and fall into the crowd.
I would also like to do that. Though it
Roll
may not work
dexterity
out
to
as
see
well.
if you can. You said you're going into the crowd specifically. Okay,
Yeah. I want. I don't like people staring at me, so I'm just gonna drop into the center of the crowd.
okay, I'm about to. Okay, I guess I'm actually gonna have these people roll dexterity to see if they can get out of the way of the little frog missile.
Oh my god.
I got a
That's
21.
that's a 2 on the first person. So I'm not even gonna roll
Oh,
for any of you
no.
guys. You just like one person sees you coming and like misjudges where you're going and just runs directly into your path and you slam right into them and knock them to the ground. At this point, the crowd is getting notably more concerned about these weird infiltrators that have just assaulted someone. This is the second time you have walked into a city and assaulted someone immediately. This is just the way that this works, apparently.
Can I just like? I just want to point out to everyone that was not the intention.
Roll persuasion. There's that
good.
persuasion roll, but it's not for the kill.
I-
You guys,
Am
I
I
would say
on
at this
the
point you
ground
guys
yet?
are also on the
18.
ground.
Yeah.
I would like to say, like, oh, look at these weird frog people. I'm not with them.
Okay.
That just like, walk
So
to the
first
side.
off, you got an 18. All right.
I got an
So
18.
it's pretty apparent that, the person who you hit did like run into your path. So most of the crowd
Good.
seems to be fairly calmed about that. Yeah, go ahead and roll persuasion on yours, Nikhil.
You fucking asshole.
25.
I got 25.
Ah, damn.
Against all odds, the people seem to maybe just because like they are still more focused on the frog that just tackled somebody, they seem to not really like they dismiss you largely. You are no longer the focus of this.
Yeah, exactly. I wanna go straight into like blend in the crowd and be like, look at isn't
Yeah,
that weird?
so
There's two
so
frogs
you
here.
you have sort
That's
of
so
been amassed into the crowd at this point.
nice.
Like, to get back at Canyon, I want to speak to him, but through the skull that he still has on his
Okay.
person, and be like, "Hey, Canyon, that wasn't cool.
Dick
They're
move.
your friends, dude."
I'd like to tell my skull that I would like to watch this play out.
This is a conversation between you two. You gotta go,
Whatever
yeah.
happens to them.
Wait a minute. Hold on. He blended into the crowd,
Yeah.
and then this man is just standing there, pulls his skull out of his bag, and is now talking
Hamlet.
to the skull. And he blended in.
I mean, to be fair,
It's
he
him.
did.
This motherfucker is doing Hamlet in
He
the
did
park,
s-
and is just.
Why is
in the park?
almost thing jumping? There we go. Okay. To be fair, he did say that he was going to be jumping around, or to. Why is Momo's camera? There we go. That's.
Why
decent.
am I
I'm trying.
tiny?
It just
Hey.
changed size like 4 times without me touching it. I don't know why. But you did blend into the crowd before you started talking to the skull. So I'm gonna say.
No, but it's like it can be real casual. You know, the
yeah.
skull's in a bag.
Real
You're
casual.
Very big
You're-
now.
Okay. You are talking to no one in the middle of a crowd.
I'm
Yeah,
murmuring
that's-
in a
that's what I was
crowd
gonna-
that I'm sure is full of
He was
murmur.
he
I
was
think it's
he
fine.
was murmuring. He was or he
Yeah.
other people are this is a city. The people aren't going to listen to the Catman who they've already sort of dismissed talking to something.
Yeah, not when there's two
Yeah.
interesting frog people. sitting there.
Hello, citizens of Rift Reach. We are the frog people, and then I strike a pose, like we're traveling performers.
A couple people give like
Wait,
some
are you still on the
some
wall?
confused
No, I'm
claps.
now like
No,
on
we're-
the floor with everyone else.
Okay. Wait, how far away are you? Because if you're right next to me, I'm
Okay,
leaning over and
why?
going like, what the fuck are you doing? What is this? Is this a bit you're doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Just go with it. Just go with it because they seem to not hate us, and like we can milk this. Maybe we can get money out of this. The frog people.
Just
I would like to start applauding from the crowd.
I don't know why this has happened to the camera, by the way. I am trying to actively
I don't know why.
I did not touch anything and it just broke in its entirety. But I am
Yeah.
fixing it as best I can. Okay. So
Alright.
yeah, a couple people start kind of giving some confused applause. There's a lot of enthusiastic applause from one cat in the audience. Some people kind of give him like a weird look,
Everyone
but don't
just
really
clapping.
think about it very,
I would be like,
very
yeah,
long.
frog people,
Like
do a dance.
wow, absolutely fuck you, Canyon. I just pretend like SG just pretends like she didn't hear that at all. It's just like we'll be going now. Thank you for greeting us at the wall. Okay, bye.
Okay, so I'm assuming you do leave at that point.
We do leave. Hopefully they let us leave.
I mean, yeah, they're not really like concerned. They're just confused at this point. So they do let you leave. It was quite an entrance. Maybe it'll come back later, but you are at this point in the city.
Yeah.
You're in, you're on the outskirts near the wall, so it's not like a fancier. You're not in like the very tall center of the city yet.
Okay.
But it's a much nicer area than Slaughterton where you were. I mean, Rift Reach just in general is going to be nicer, especially any area inside of the wall. So
Okay.
you are in a district of the
Alright.
city that you do not know.
Okay. Do we know where
I would
we
like
came
to-
in?
Run up and catch up with them if that's clear.
Oh,
Okay.
So
yeah.
I would like to go catch up with them if that's.
Do a dance. Do a dance. How dare you?
you fucking
I would have given you
prick.
coins. Would have been happy.
The last
You
place
would've
we
had
were
some
in was
gold.
called Slaughterton, and you were antagonizing the crowd.
I was fine in Slaughterton.
Yeah,
I
Slaughterton
like
was
Slaughterton.
pretty much
You're
his
the one who
element.
got killed.
What is your deal? Canyon.
What the fuck,
I would have
dude?
given you both. You would have been fine. I just wanted to see a dance of two little frogs. I think
Just
that's
wanted
totally
to see,
reasonable.
just wanted to
Okay.
see a frog dance. Let the man look at his dance.
SG is so upset that she's going to cast Suggestion at the 2nd level spell and be like, Canyon, why don't you dance
Okay,
for us?
yeah, all right. Go ahead, cast spells on your allied party members. That never goes wrong ever.
Do I have
Yes,
any
you
sort of
would
defense
defend
to
it
this?
just as an enemy would, which Momo will tell
Let's
you.
see. It's a wisdom saving throw, so you have to like make a 14.
A wisdom.
On a failed
God damn.
save, you pursue the cursive action you describe to the best of its ability. So you have to do your very best dance for us.
If you fail,
If you fail.
I'm very curious.
Well,
That's
I got a
probably a
6.
fail.
Yeah!
That's a fail.
Probably a
Why don't
fail.
you dance for us?
Yeah,
Alright, so I guess I
roll a
dance.
performance
Dance.
check.
What happened?
I'm gonna
Well,
make you. I'm gonna
yeah,
make you roll a performance check.
While he's
Okay.
dancing, by the way, as all of this is going on, I'm calling
four
people in. I'm calling a new
performance.
crowd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm prestidigitating like breakdancing music.
Sweet. I'll also note while
In fantasy times,
Yeah.
fuck yeah.
hey,
Fantasy breakdancing music.
you're gonna see weirder things. I'll also note, speaking of weirder things, it is worth noting that the general population of Riftreach is a very, very, very diverse one, and I do mean diverse of like species, all sorts of, mostly vaguely humanoid, but you know there are creatures of all shapes and sizes. There are humans, elves, orcs, you know, genasi, bug people, other tabaxi, sort of animal-looking hybrid. It's a very widely ranged crowd here, just for note. But yeah,
Be like, yeah,
Anyway,
do your dance, Canyon.
yeah.
And we're all
So what was
clapping.
what was that performance check, Nikhil? Did you say a 4? He's not very good at dancing. He's a very bad dancer. I'm gonna have I'm actually gonna say Glib, roll a performance check as well, to see how well you can sort of
like this.
attract the group. Someone said so. It's actual fantasy NYC at this point.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all,
Yeah.
before I say what my performance check is, I want to say that while he's dancing, I took the skull and turned it upside down like a hat to collect coins, because I just rolled 23.
Yeah! Yeah!
So people see this very enthusiastic, very charismatic little frog guy who's kind of like you know, sort of like in the games area at a carnival. Like he's calling everybody in, bringing people, and when they finally get there, excited, you know, there are children coming in, excited to see what this strange little performer is offering, and there's just a cat guy doing like a little like
So,
a very awkward
this like-
bad dance, like this.
Is this like mind control or like my body's moving? and I'm
It's
just,
it's
like,
it's
have to
basically
do it?
mind control. It's she is not literally like moving her body and
Yeah.
making you dance. It is a mind affecting thing.
Yeah.
I would just.
So yeah, the a very large crowd amasses, drawn by Glib's charisma, to see this very bad cat dance.
Like someone just said getting jiggy with it,
as it were. Yes.
I would
Can
just like
that
to
be
remind
the
everybody.
title
that
of
the big
episode
bad can
3?
see
Getting
all
jiggy
We
with
haven't
it.
officially titled the episode, but I
long-
do want to. So sure, getting jiggy with it, as it were, can be the episode 3 title.
How long does this
That would be a
last,
question
is
for
my
Momo.
dancing?
Well, I do have. Hold on, it says it's a concentration spell, and this can go for up to 8 hours. But I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make you dance for
so
8
as
hours.
long as
though.
she damn well pleases, is what I'm hearing. So
Okay, hold on. What can I try and make something good out of this? How prestigious is the crowd that we just attracted? Like, is
Yeah.
the common folk, or are these? Do we have some higher class people that are now
I'll say
watching?
there's sure there are some higher class people that are coming. You are in like not the nice you're not in the city center is where
You
all
know
like the
what
really
would be
nice
great
stuff
right
is,
now
but
is if 2 little frogs were dancing, and the guy who has like a +10 in sleight of hand could be pickpocketing some bitches.
They could.
But no, he'll have to be
You know what we're
petty.
gonna do though? We're gonna have the character who's super high in charisma ask where the fuck we need to go. So I start bringing the map to people while they're mystified by the jig. and sensual
Mystified's maybe
there.
a little generous. Like,
Oh no, I'm saying that derogatorily. And I'm going to start asking, hey, this weird swirly bit, how do we get there?
are you okay? Who are you just going up? Like, how are you sort of picking your targets to ask?
I'm asking the people that look like they grew up here. I'm asking the people that very obviously don't look like.
That don't look. Sorry, your audio cut out for a second. That don't look like what? Also now.
Oh yeah, the people who don't look like tourists. I'm targeting locals.
Okay, so there is a I'll give you some options of people to target.
Okay.
There is a human who has sort of like fancier clothing, nothing really like wildly fancy, but you know, nicer stuff. Clearly not poor. There is an Earth Genasi who seems to be like some sort of like carpenter or blacksmith. You can't really tell, but obviously like some sort of tool person who probably has like a shop in the area maybe.
Gotcha.
And then there is a do you know what a thrakeen is? It's like a grasshopper person basically. You can Google, and I'll put the name in the chat for people who want to Google what a thrakeen is.
I'm gonna take this time while I'm dancing to go to the bathroom.
And
Okay.
a thrakeen. Okay. A thrakeen is they're desert creatures. They would be like native to the area. So you know, there's a person who looks like your three options are like
Me.
someone who looks a little wealthier, someone who looks like they might have a shop in the area, and then someone who's like of a native species, basically.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the shop guy first because he
Okay.
probably knows the city
Okay.
better than the native person who knows the area. So I'm
Okay.
gonna go to the shop guy first and be like, hey, while I got you here, can you let me know how we can get to this weird swirly bit here? Because I'm assuming that's not what it actually looks like. My map got fucked up. Sorry.
Yeah, he takes a look at the map and he goes, sort of smudged your map there, spilled something on it. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
he looks, he goes, I don't really know of any landmarks in the area. It looks like that might be in like he sort of looks. He goes, is that under the one of the commission labs? I think that's under a commission lab, but I don't really know.
Commission lab. Okay. Is there any way you can give us some directions to get over there? We're kind of lost. We're new.
He sort of looks up at you and he goes, not from around here. Do you have any idea what I just said? Commission. You know what
Not
that
even.
means?
Not even a little bit. No.
He laughs sort of good naturedly. Goes, I didn't think so. Yeah. So Rift Street, it's the Commission of Light. The Commission of Light, they do all the sort of infrastructure here, sort of the science and whatnot, above my pay grade, but it's one of their laboratories. It's somewhere in that area. That might be what you're looking for. Everything around is just houses.
Okay. All right. So we're looking for a sciencey place. Sounds good.
Yeah, and you can try to find out more about you can ask NPCs whatever you want if you want to find out more lore, of course. So
gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna ask him which direction that's in, so I can know which direction to head to get there.
So yeah, he points in a direction for the node of you and the players on the map. He's pointing roughly towards the east.
Gotcha.
Goes, yeah, but that's through the city center, and navigation through the different layers can be a little bit complicated. It'll be faster to go there if you get it right. Otherwise, you might want to go around the edge.
Go around the edge. Okay, cool. Thank you.
It's taller in the center. There's like multiple layers of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm gonna then take the map to the rich guy because I want to ask about the science people to make sure I'm not going into a nuclear testing plant or something.
Yes, that would be not the best thing to do. So you go over to
Yeah, I'll go over to the guy and go, hey, I got a friend in the area. I know where he lives, but he wants me to ask around about the commission. I'm not sure about what they do. He's trying to find employment in the area, and
roll deception. Because technically, I believe the first time you were just asking what's there. Yeah, this time you're making something up. So roll deception.
I assume
unless
you're still
unless Momo decides to release you. Okay, so this is a reasonable enough request. You're not really doing anything shit. You are asking for instructions on what looks to the untrained eye like a smudged map. So that's not too weird. Yeah. The rich guy kind of looking goes, which commission?
The Commission of Light. He's trying to get employment in the area, and we're just trying to kind of figure out what they do.
A commission new to the area, I'm assuming. Well, he's sort of.
I'm a frog person. We're not really native to the area.
I love this like semi-British accent.
It's
that all of the Dorks
easy,
people
okay?
have.
It's easy for me to do.
It sounds fantastical.
It's
works.
simple. I'm not good at. You want me to make a bad French accent? I don't. No, I will save my bad French accent for a funnier character because this is just a random NPC that I'm making up. So the pseudo British accent man, who is a human again, he sort of pulls himself up as if he's sort of given this speech many times before.
Right.
And he goes, well, the Commission of Light is the group that is in charge of making sure that our city meets the standards of progress that Riftreach should strive. And he's sort of going along on this very uppity speech. But the general idea that you get is that the Commission of Light is one of 5 commissions that govern Riftreach, and he doesn't really talk about the others. Okay. But their job, they sort of oversee like science, education, and infrastructure. And the reason that they are called the Commission of Light is because their primary job, or like the job that they were founded for, was to get light to the lower levels of Riftreach. So the city center, it's a very tiered, very tall area. Mm-hmm. Their job was basically to like make sure that the lower levels were as lit as the higher levels, so that it wouldn't become like a shady area, literally and metaphorically. And the way that they did that, if you're curious, is if you go into the city center, you'll basically start to see more and more mirrors placed all around the city, like very large ones that are designed specifically to like reflect and scatter light to the lower levels. So as you go into Riftreach closer, there are like mirrors everywhere. That is because that is the work of the Commission of Light, among other things that they do, and that is their base over there.
Okay.
Or one of their labs, more specific. I guess I shouldn't say their base. It's one of their areas. Oh, and they do magic as well. I should be clear. They're not just like science, no magic, but they treat magic as a science, if that makes sense. Like they are the scholars and the experimenters, and they use both tech and magic.
Okay. I just want to tell my 2 party members I have a plan here that I'm trying to get the pieces for. Can I ask this guy what they look like? Because my buddy, he's he's a big fashionista. He wants to have a nice outfit and everything. So
what do you mean? Well, I guess what do you mean what they looked like?
Like, do you see like an example of their uniform or anything? Is there anybody that works there around here? I mean, this is a pretty big crowd, man. So
I don't think the commissions have dedicated uniforms.
Okay, all right, that's great. Thank you then. And then I'm gonna go and walk towards the native of the area.
As you're walking away, he sort of like pulls a little scroll out of his bag or whatever, and he goes, and remember to vote for me for city council if you ever get the opportunity.
Okay, I take the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make sure I remember you, and then walk away. And I want it to be very obvious that I did not ask his name.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. So he looks a little disappointed, and then he sort of like looks over at the badly dancing cat, and just sort of walks away confused.
Okay. Can I go over to the meat guy? I want to ask.
Yeah.
Ask him some questions. So I go up. Oh no! Go ahead.
No. Go. You go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk up to him and be like, "Hey, man. I know I've been walking around here and everything. I know that's probably pretty obvious, being a blue frog and all. I just wanted to ask you. You look like you're from around here. My species, we don't really love the sun all that much. So, is there any way that we can get like underground where it's not gonna be super bright or anything?"
So he looks a little bit confused. And again, for those who don't, this is sort of a grasshopper-esque looking guy. And he sort of and he points at your map and takes a look at it. And then he looks up at you and sort of opens his mandible mouth part and goes,
And that would be what language?
You have no idea.
I'm gonna nod like I know what he's talking about and go, "Awesome, thanks, man." And And I just walk away. So
Brad.
I'll go over to SG, who I'm assuming is watching this entire display and relay all the information that I just learned. I have a plan, but we probably are going to need the cat for this, so he can.
Yeah. So I
Not
release Canyon from his dancing
Thank you.
thingy.
I want to scoop up my skull that now has gold in it, and then I want to look at SG and be like, I would have done that.
I never said the skull had gold in it. You weren't dancing very well.
That I'm getting the skull. I don't. And I want to look at SG and I want to say I would have done that regardless. You've proved nothing.
Can I roll for? Wait, can I see if he's telling the truth? What can I roll for that?
That would be an insight. And
I'm gonna roll insight.
And Nikhil, you get to roll deception against that.
I don't know
Well,
that,
If you're telling the truth, then that's then yeah, then
That's
you don't
a
have
full-on
to roll
truth.
deception. That is true.
Yeah. Well, I rolled an 18 on insight anyway.
Yeah, he was 100% going to do that anyway. He was completely honest.
You could have just asked. Okay, so I've learned that this weird swirly bit. Apparently, there is some. There's some guys who work underground here. They bring lights to the underparts of the city.
I would say not underground, the lower levels of the city. But they're technically not
the lower
underground,
levels of the city. Yeah, they bring light to the lower levels of the city. Apparently, this swirl is kind of underneath one of their areas, like one of their workshops. So my plan, what I think would be a good idea, is maybe to go over there and try and get inside, and perhaps you can shift into a local, not the scary, creepy Bugman or anything, but maybe somebody who actually
He was
looks like
nice.
they work
He was
there.
helpful. You just
He was
couldn't
very
understand
nice,
him.
but he did speak to me in clickety clacks and screeching. So I'm not, maybe not.
Okay.
Some racist.
I have
You
a
just
plan.
let everybody
Right?
look at
I
the,
have a plan.
look at the weird dog people. You don't get a critique.
I have a plan. So I saw that that rich guy you were speaking to. Like, he looks like he might be somebody that could get us in places. I'm going to shapeshift into someone that looks similar to him, but someone that could pass for his daughter, and convince them to let me inside as some kind of campaign bullshit thing.
Okay.
That's a great plan. In fact, here you go, and I give the campaign scroll that I just got and said
Thank
you
you.
can hand that to him and it'll sell it.
Smart. So the guy was fairly young. I mean, you can't tell his age immediately. Like maybe like early 30s. So his if you're trying to trend, it would be like maybe like a 10 or 11-year-old kid. Like, she's not old if you're trying to make someone who looks like he could be his kid. Just for you can do that.
Even
I'm just
better.
clarifying like what you will look
Okay,
like if you're
never
trying
mind.
to do that.
I have
I'll
a plan.
I'll be
I
his.
have a way we can work off of this.
I'll just be his wife. I'll be his. No, they probably know what his wife looks like.
Wait.
I'll be his.
So here we go. If you transform into the daughter,
Yeah.
I'm a former student of the Great Magic
Understood,
College, and
yes,
I think
yes.
one of the things I have in my inventory is like an orb and a amulet or
And
something
Canyon is my
that I can just put on to make myself look more,
scholar.
official.
And Canyon can be
Yeah.
my off
Scholar. Canyon's the
Yeah.
bodyguard because he's a big,
That's
scary
true.
looking, fucking. He's a big, scary looking
Yes.
cat man. So
Yeah, 7 foot
yeah,
tall leopard.
7-foot-tall leopard
Yes,
cat
this
man.
is my
That's
This
the
is a
bodyguard.
good plan.
I'm
This
your-
I don't see how this plan could go wrong.
That seems like a
Nothing.
a
This is
great
perfect.
plan.
I think this is a good time to reiterate that I do have like 4 daggers and 2
Exactly.
swords and a
And
bunch
That's
of
why
other
you're
and a
good
weapons.
skull
boss.
with
all
weird
allegedly
gems
picked
embedded in
off.
it. All sorts of
Yes.
wild
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
So SG can successfully transform into what looks like this guy's daughter. I threw on some random amulet and pulled out an orb that don't do anything, and Canyon is covered in blades, and we're like, okay, I think the shop guy said that way, and we can. Wait, hold on. Maybe we shouldn't be looking like this through the center of the city. Maybe we should go around the
Yes.
outskirts so we don't get fucking mugged.
That's
That
true,
might
because
be a good
I
idea.
do look like a senator's daughter, it seems.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And this,
as far
this
as
shit
you
looks
know.
expensive, even if it's useless. So.
And to be clear, like, you are not shapeshifting into like the actual form of this guy's daughter. You don't even know if he has a daughter.
I don't
You
know.
are shapeshifting into someone who reasonably looks like they could be his daughter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like that's convincing
Okay,
enough.
so we're gonna start. Is everybody cool with us going around the outskirts to get to this spot that we need
Yes.
to get to? Okay.
Sure.
So let's start
All right.
walking that
Just
way.
for note, are you going around the north edge or are you going around the south edge?
North edge because
Yeah.
it's closer.
Yeah. Okay. North edge is a little closer.
I
Alright,
feel
so
like
you
this
start,
is a trap.
No, that's valid. You're going to go through different areas of the city. I just have to know which area you're going through.
Yeah.
So you begin the journey to through Riftreach. For note, you are in a city area. There are shops and things all around. You are sort of free in these moments to do anything that you would do. You have gold. You can shop. You can look for items. You can go in places. It is a city that is fully open to you. You can go directly to your destination if you want, but just as the DM letting you guys know, you are in Riftreach. It is massive. There are other things that you can do if you so choose, and it's very open-ended as to where you guys want to go.
Okay.
But unless you do want to stop somewhere specifically or look for something specific, you begin heading up around the north edge of the city. It's fairly uneventful for the most of it. It's a crowded area, but it seems that you are in like largely what looks like a sort of middle-class residential district. That was where you came in. There are shops here and there, of course, but nothing wildly massive. But as you after a bit of walking, you start to sort of see in the distance that the buildings have sort of stopped. And that is, of course, I'm going to pull up the map again, if I can find it. There we go. That is, of course, because you are reaching the edge of the ravine. Now, this map is not centered on the screen.
Oh,
there we
shit.
go. Now, this does not mean that your path is blocked at all, and it doesn't look exactly like this. Again, this is a goblin's iteration of Riftreach. It is not perfect. Across the place, there are a series of very large, sort of arcing bridges that you're able to cross, but the geometry sort of changes, and you do note that the height of the city does sort of automatically go up at the rift itself. And it sort of bulges up in the center, and the layers get a little bit higher. But you are able to sort of pass. Let me do some rolls here to see what, if any, random things you might be finding.
I have a question. Did anything happen with my first roll? Like my first pick?
Yes. Nothing that you know about yet, but something, yes. Something did happen, which I have still written down. So as you sort of go into the north edge of the actual like canyon section of Riftreach, it sort of becomes a market area.
Okay.
With more people milling around. There are market stands. At the end, like this north side of the rift is a very large bazaar, probably one of the larger in the city. And there are, since this is a more major area, you do begin to notice some more Symmetrous agents wandering around. You saw maybe one or two on your journey here, but they were sort of off in the distance. But in this area, there is not like overwhelming. It's not like they're sweeping the area, but just by nature of this being a larger commerce area, there is a higher presence of Symmetrous around you in general.
Okay. I'm going to make sure that my hood is a little bit lower so that I'm not getting anybody looking directly in the glowing red eyes, because I'm assuming this is the middle of the day.
Timing out. It is midday, probably even a little early, like 11 to 12 a.m., something around that nature. Okay. You flew overnight, so.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we're noticing these people as we're walking through. Is there anything that's like standing out? Is there anything crazy happening, or are we just seeing these guys?
I mean,
kind of start popping up. We're getting into a more patrolled area.
Yes, it is a more there does not seem to be anything specific that is trying to, or there is not something specific that is bringing them to this area. It is just an area that seems to be more passively patrolled.
Okay.
And the sort of eclectic population is still there, so you guys don't really stand out immediately. I will note, Canyon, are all of your like many weapons just like fully on display, or are they concealed?
At minimum 2 are, because I told Nick to in the
Okay,
in
yeah,
the
but
drawing.
the drawing
But-
is fairly, but you don't have like the 4 daggers and the 2 like you don't have a bunch
I
of
don't know where
weapons like
those are.
Rob Liefeld strapped to your chest everywhere.
I don't know where they're supposed to be.
You
I
have a
them,
bag.
like that.
It's sort
I
of
have.
like generally assumed that everybody in D&D has a bag.
Well,
I would also
I
like
have
to
a
point
bag
out the mystery man gave you a bag for the shard that I don't think you ever put it in. So you do actually have a bag from the mystery man specifically with the purpose of containing the shard that you never used because
Is
Oh
the
my
shard not in that
no,
bag?
Glib got
Right.
the bag.
No, he just gave us the bag. We asked for a bag.
You asked for a bag. You
Gave
asked for a bag. He closed the door, opened it again, threw it at you, and then closed it again. And then you just got into the fight, or you bailed on the eagle at that point, I believe.
Okay.
So that is just something that you have for note.
Glib could have had pants at any moment, is what I hear.
You can try to buy pants here as well. That's the kind of thing that I'm talking about, where like
Well, the shard is in
That's
the
true.
pants
yes,
that we stole from the goblin.
shard is still in the
Yeah.
wrapped pants at the moment.
I was gonna
Okay.
say like so we don't look super sketchy pulling this shard that I can barely touch out of the pants to put in this bag.
Oh, I wasn't recommending that you do that. You can if you want.
Yeah.
I was
Can we just put the pants
the
and the
topic-
shard
yeah.
in the bag?
Since the topic of bags came up, I brought up the bag. Then
Yeah.
it is your choice to do something with
No,
it
I
or not
feel
right
like-
now.
Being near the Symmetry's agents is the least good time to rearrange the
Fair.
shard.
Well, I mean,
Like-
if it's still in the pants, I mean,
Yeah.
like if
But why put it in the bag? It's
But
fine
before
how
we
it is.
get
because
into the-
currently
Go.
the daughter of an elected official, or what seems like it, has a makeshift bag made out of pants from a robbed dead dude that was covered in blood tied around her.
Yeah.
That's why.
I would assume that
That's
that
how
would.
my congressman acts.
Yeah, I would assume that the shape shifting kind of extent to like. Well, no,
I don't
you're
think
right.
it
There is
does.
just pants.
I
Yeah,
don't
there
think
is
it
just
does.
pants wrapped around.
That is maybe
Well,
we
never
should
mind.
possibly untie the pants that I'm assuming are both dirty and bloody, because I fucking went at the guy to drink his
There.
blood and you stabbed him. So they're dirty and bloody. Maybe we should take the pants and put the pants in the bag.
And I agree to that. And I quickly take off the pants, shove them in the bag.
Okay, so you do that. Interestingly, and SG, you're the one that is doing that.
Yes.
So the bag is fairly small. It's not actually. It's probably comparable to my,
Oh,
my dice
shit.
bag that I have here, which I'll close it up so that you have a better idea of how this is.
Is
sized.
this a motherfucking bag of holding?
You reach in to shove the pants in,
Oh,
and just your
no.
whole arm dips in there.
Oh,
It is definitely some sort of magical item for sure that this dude just threw at you.
I mean, nice.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is it
Clutch.
just gonna fucking
Jump into
disappear
the bag.
once you drop it?
That's not how bags of holding work.
No.
Okay, good.
No, it's a magic bag, so it's big. It's a TARDIS bag. It's bigger on the
Gotcha.
inside, but it's sort of
It's
assumed that if
infinite
you
on the
were
inside, but we can always pull out what we need.
yes,
to.
you
Yeah.
can pull out what you need unless I don't know if there's probably magic rules somewhere that affect it, but like yes, in
Gotcha.
general,
It's a
you can-
Deadpool's utility belt situation where it's
Yes.
Yeah.
there's one of these that has anything I need in them, literally.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
great, awesome. Score. I like this plan.
Okay,
All right.
so you shove them that thing in the bag. Maybe it draws like a few eyes or something, but in Rift Reach, and especially since you look fairly rich at the moment, like seeing a bag of holding is not something that's going to put people immediately on high alert. So it seems to go fine. You don't notice anybody paying extra attention to you or anything of that nature. So are you continuing your journey onwards?
I think we are.
Yeah, cool. That's
Yeah, I don't see any reason to stop currently.
Cool. So you continue your journey onwards. As you get sort of on the other side of this bazaar, It's definitely in more of a commercial district. You know, it was sort of a residential district, and then there's the big like outdoor market. And this next place seems to have more established shops. As you get closer, though, it seems like shops become less, more utility and less, like products. There's like, this is where you would find people to like a tailors and blacksmiths and things like that. It's sort of like a working district. And eventually, this is, a good, couple hours of walking because it's a really big city. But eventually, you do get to a place where on the horizon, sort of above the buildings, you see a much larger building that is a slightly different in architecture from the others. It looks more streamlined, almost, still in the same sort of ancient Egyptian style, but in a more like modern way, quote unquote. And it is painted a very bright, almost reflective white, which does seem like maybe the place that you're wanting to be going.
Oh, I think
Okay.
this is the place.
All right.
All right.
And again, it's still a
Yeah,
little bit. You're
it
not like
seems like-
at the door, but you can see it a couple streets down, perhaps.
All right. Rules for when we go in.
Gotcha.
Canyon, don't kill anyone unless it's absolutely necessary. We don't want to draw too much attention.
I would also like to append onto that, Canyon. We will tell you when it is absolutely necessary.
It
Do
is
not
not up
leave
to
that
his
to your
own
own
judgment.
judgment.
Yes. All right.
That is historically not great.
Fitting dice for these guys.
On the same rules, SG.
Name one person who died that didn't deserve to die.
That is not the point. 100% not the point.
Sounds like a point to me.
SG, secondary rule. Fucking Jared stays in the bag.
No, no.
No.
We don't
I-
fuck with
Jared,
Jared while
No,
we're in
I am
shop.
holding
Jared
Jared. I
is
refuse
always
to put
the
Jared
that.
in the bag because it's going to cause issue.
Keep your mouth away from Jared.
I will
Okay?
not lick Jared unless absolutely necessary.
So you're
On the
Okay.
same rule,
okay.
Lick Jared is me murdering someone.
yes. If
Then we've crossed
you
the
can
absolute
only lick
necessary.
Jared if it is necessary for Canyon to murder someone. Is that? Can we roll with that?
We can roll with that.
There's
Yes.
a chain of operations
Okay.
in place. It's like
Gotcha.
it's a flow chart. If murder is necessary, then Canyon gets to kill. If murder is necessary, then Jared can be licked.
Yes.
Consult the flow
Also-
chart.
And then we walk in, I immediately kill the first person I see. I'm kidding.
Out of,
But-
out of anybody here, I have the highest charisma. So maybe leave the talking to me if we get asked.
Wait, what's your
questions.
charisma?
'Cause that's
How high is your charisma, Glenn?
High,
g-
like 18 or 19.
very high. My charisma.
Yeah, I'm 17.
My charisma is
This why
18
I'm
with a plus 4.
Wait, what did you have, Nikhil? 17 charisma?
17.
My charisma's
Dang,
a
I guess
19.
yours.
Yeah. This is my
All of you are very good at talking and very bad at other things.
Yes.
That seems to be
Okay,
what,
never
that
mind.
seems to be how this
Okay.
how this is set up. Is
Yeah,
this is a-
I've been wondering that because like mine did.
for a party that
Tapped out
should
on all
theoretically
that
be
shit.
so
Yes.
good at diplomacy, you kill a lot of people.
Yes.
I'm into deceit.
We
That is very.
You're-
we are good
Theoretically-
at diplomacy. We just don't like
Yes.
doing
Yeah.
it. That's
And also I think SG uses her charisma mostly for like spell casting and not really
Yeah.
speaking to people.
Yeah. Regardless, the plan seems to be well in place. So it's in your hands at this point.
okay. So go to the big white building, I'm assuming. All
Yeah.
right, cool. So let's head there. Is there a front entrance that we can I don't say we walk up to it, but we get to a point where we can see the
Oh,
front of it.
hold on.
Yeah.
Before we do that, can I read the paper to know the guy's name?
Yes, which would
Shit, good
which-
plan.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you were gonna try to figure out this man's name before pretending to be his daughter. That does require.
Who's your dad? This guy. Who is this? Him.
He's my dad.
I'm going to tell my father about this, but I'm not going to tell you who
What's
he
his
is
name?
exactly.
Dad.
I am going to have to find a name for him, but I can do
Are you
that.
saying that my dad has a
Okay.
different name?
I want no, I
Or he's
don't.
shattering.
I don't want normal
How
names.
dare you insinuate that his name is not father?
I want fancy Elizabeth. Yes, there we go. Here's fancy names. That's what it
Is he
says.
Elizabethan?
I don't,
Why
because
is
I
he
made his
British?
voice British, and that's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going with. This guy
We're in an
specific.
Egyptian city. This man is
Yeah,
an elected official.
He's not an elected official. You don't know that. You don't know that he is. He may be.
Also, why Elizabethan?
Because
Specifically?
that's what the random name generator says, Nikhil. Get off my back.
That is what roughly British equates to.
Yes. That's okay. That's a suitably funny name. His name is Tobias Flexney.
Flex what?
That's
Flexney?
what the random generator said. Flexney.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I do have a question.
Hey, SG?
A follow-up question to knowing his name. What does it say on like the business card scroll he gave?
Okay, so it specifically says that he is running for election to a group called the Commission of Movement, which you have not heard about yet. You don't know what that is.
So he's like running
Well,
for.
the other
yeah,
guy
it's-
told
yeah,
me about
he's-
the 5 commissions. I
is-
just didn't listen very well.
Yeah, he didn't tell you about the other commissions. But
Commission of Movement. Okay.
he is running
Okay.
for a position the chairman of the Commission of Movement is what he's running for.
Okay. Chair.
Okay.
Egyptian
Okay.
city with a British man. He wants the artifacts. Don't get ahead of me. Find out what the Commission of Movement is, and then we'll find out.
Oh shit. Okay. that British accent was intentional.
Okay.
Okay, so all right. Hey SG.
Yes.
What's your name?
My name is.
Shit.
I'm really glad that
One more
you guys talked this out. You're learning.
Victoria Flexney.
You want to say that without a stutter in it?
Oh, I also know that he's English. My name is Victoria Flexney.
Why are you better at accents than me? The DM should be
Hold
the
on.
best, but
Hold the
apparently you're
fuck up.
better at this.
You're vaguely Russian and can just turn that shit on?
I mean, I heard what the guy sounded like, so
Yeah.
I know what he.
Where the fuck was this with the fucking agents that we burned alive?
Listen, let's not look back on the
This is
past,
true.
okay? It was a lot of pressure. I've had some time to prepare between now and the last time.
We took some acting lessons on the bird before I teleported.
Well, we don't know actually where she fucked off to.
Oh, that's
what she
fair.
did
We
to
have
the
no
Astro
idea how long you've been gone. That's
Yeah, that is actually. This could be a Doctor Strange in the Dark Dimension scenario. You don't know.
yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, so she got some acting lessons from what's his face, and
Yeah.
now she's here.
Simple as that. All right, so
Okay,
the
so-
plan's in place.
And he was British.
we can
That
see.
works out really well.
All right, we should get to where we can see the front entrance, but not enter it because we don't want to just fucking balls to the wall go in there immediately.
Yeah, so you can see the entrance from where you're at. It looks sort of like, it looks, you guys wouldn't describe it like this in character, but for the sake of description, it looks very similar to a like actually modern building. It is basically like through sort of magical construction, they have approximated as close to they get as a sort of modern building, with their magical abilities. And obviously, it's still in the same Egyptian architecture, but like it looks much more shiny, much more sleek, much more put together, because these are the infrastructure people. Like they are going to have the most advanced construction in the area, and so that's generally what it looks like.
Okay. All right. How many guards are there?
You don't see any guards immediately, not outside at least. There might be inside, but you can't really tell that.
Shit, this is a government building. There ain't no fucking guards. Shit. Okay. So, exercise caution, people.
I mean,
Can I roll like a perception to see if there's anything off? This feels very off, and it's a swirl on the map, and that is not great.
Yeah, go
So
ahead and
can I-
roll perception.
All right. All right.
Oh, this is actually I'm so happy with how this is timing out. I think we're gonna get to the point where I want us to be at the end of this session. I'm so happy. All right.
I got an 8.
Nothing jumps to mind. I mean, your concerns are still in your head, but you don't see anything to confirm nor deny them. Nothing really changes.
Okay.
I'll roll 1 too. I got a 14.
All right.
Yeah, you like no security systems or anything become immediately apparent to you on the outside. You can also, another thing, and I should say this, I said that insight is used for like reading people, and that is true. But sort of the other hint for insight is like you can kind of use insight to ask for hints from the DM if you want to do that. That's sort of like, it's just sort of if you need
So we just ask you.
basically
much
like
easier.
here, I'll roll an insight check and then I'll sort of give you an answer and that will illustrate how this works.
I rolled 18 for insight.
Okay, so that's perfect.
14.
So sort of,
Yep.
Basically what insight is in this sort of context is like I can give you information that your characters would sort of be able to know in the lore that you as people don't really know.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
this is the place where like weird magic happens. This is where they are studying magic. So any safeguards that they have are probably magical and therefore not immediately apparent to you just by looking.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I say we head in and just exercise caution. Be on the defensive and be ready to.
We're going straight through the front door. We're not doing sneaking around or anything.
I mean, we are in disguise.
I mean, we
don't
have-
think
we-
we need to sneak around.
Correction. SG is in disguise. I'm carrying.
Yeah, me and you were chilling.
I have a orb of some kind and an amulet that I hung around my knot neck, and you have a bunch of weapons. So
Well, I do have a pretty high like stealth thing. If we want to, I could just like try and go undetected while you two do this.
Yeah, and you can
Would
can
it
split the
be-
party. I would say do it
That's very-
sparingly. Don't split
So
the party
I'm
too
ju-
much. But like if you want to
yeah.
have him sneak in as you guys try to go in the front door, that's totally fine.
Okay.
So, would it make sense for this person to be traveling without a guard?
I think so. The councilman didn't have a guard that you talked
That's
to.
fair.
That's fair. Okay,
I think it's weirder that there's a giant cat there.
that's fair. All right, yeah. So if you,
All right, so I want to sneak in separately
Okay.
from them.
Let's do. I'm trying.
Mhm.
Let's actually do Canyon first, because I feel like I was trying to think if whose thing has the higher chance of affecting the other, and if Canyon gets detected sneaking in, that's going to have a bigger effect on people trying to walk in the front door than the other way around. So let's actually do Canyon first. Which like, how are you trying to sneak it? Right now you're on sort of the front side of this building. Where are you roughly?
Is there how big is the building? How big
It
is
is
the building?
very, very large. It seems to be like it's higher than the others. It's a couple stories tall, maybe like 3-ish, and it's fairly deep. It goes pretty far back. It's a lab. So there are probably things going
Is
on in
there
there.
like is there a back door that I could try?
You
and
can go
sneak
look
through?
around. I mean, you haven't yet, but
Okay.
but yeah, I'll assuming you do that. Yes, you find a couple other smaller entrances on other sides. None of them seem
I tried.
particularly notable over the others, but let's say there's 2 in the back, 1 on the left side.
I want to go on the one on the side. That's like usually a worker's thing.
All right, so
Yeah.
you go and you check the door. It is locked. And there's no one in the alleyway where you are at the moment, so the door is locked. But it seems
I have the
yes,
thieves.
you do. I was about to say it
Yeah.
seems like it's not like magically locked. It is locked somewhat normally, it seems. So you can try to use your thieves' tools. So what that would be is you would roll. I believe thieves' tools would be you roll a d20, you add your sleight of hand and your proficiency for that. So
Okay.
it
Hold on.
should be a fairly big
So
bonus.
that's not a. That's not a. All right. Well, I rolled a 15 on the d20, then I add sleight of
And-
hand, which is 9.
Okay, so you're sitting
that's
at like
already
a
worth 20.
like a
and then what proficiency?
just your
Proficiency
basic
bonus.
proficiency bonus, yeah, because rogues are automatically proficient with thieves' tools, so you get to add.
Oh,
your,
that's
so
plus 2. So 11. So that's a total of 20.
yeah.
Damn.
So you are able to
Jesus.
get in.
I told you this is
Yes,
the thing
you're
I can
able.
do.
This is the this is Canyon's time to shine. You're able to get in pretty effectively. You open the door, comes away and opens, and you enter a hallway. It seems fairly unremarkable. It is well lit, as you would expect from a building owned by a group called the Commission of Light. There is no one in the hallway. but there's sort of a door, down towards the direction in which the front door was, and then there's like a corridor. I don't have a map for the internals of this, unfortunately, but to your left you see the hallway turn, and then to your right there's a door that looks somewhat unremarkable.
The door that they're going to be coming in.
You don't necessarily know that. It is in the direction that they are in right now, but you don't know if that's the door that they would be coming through.
And am I being detected in any way?
Of.
I feel like I just chill, right? And then, because I'm going to watch them. That's the whole point of doing this.
Oh, you're
like,
okay, that's what you're doing, is you're watching over them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if they get
then
fucked
I would
over.
say, I thought you were going to sneak in and try to get information yourself. If you're trying to watch over them, I would, you can't see them right now, so you should probably move more in that direction. The door was pretty far down, so you're going to, you do not have access to them right now. You'll have to go deeper into the facility to see them somehow.
So I have telepathic speech. So, oh shit. I think I have to be within.
I was about to say, I think there's going to be some sort of limit to that.
Hold on. It says, as a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. You and the chosen creature can speak telepathically with each other, while the two of you are within a number of miles of each other, equal to your charisma.
Miles.
Oh yeah, charisma modifier, minimum of 1 mile. So I think it's fair to say that I would probably have already set telepathic speech before.
Yeah, we can. You've used telepathic speech with him before, so yeah. So yes, you can actually communicate with him. That's super helpful.
I also have another thing that I want to, if he's going to be going off on his own.
Yeah.
I have a spell called Protection from Evil and Good. Until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures, aberrations, celestials, elements, fae, fiends, and undead. Cool. And this place is magic. Yes. And you have no magical protection.
Yes.
So...
Now for note, in the future, if you want to do get all your effects on somebody before they leave. But since this is the first time we've split the party, I'm going to allow it because you guys are new. Or 2 out of 3 of you. But but in the future, just make sure you put those on beforehand. But this time I'll allow it for new players. So yes, you have you have your telepathic speech activated, and you are currently benefiting from protection from evil and good. So are you since you can communicate with SG, that kind of changes the dynamic. Are you just going to chill in this hallway right now, or are you going to move on to somewhere else?
No, I think I'll go closer. I want to make sure that they can get in, and then be behind whatever threat that they may face.
So the direction of that would be closer, is the door off to your right. Yeah. So you move over to that door. Are you just going through? There is like a little window in it that you can look through if you want to try to figure out where that is. So you look through the window. There are people walking back and forth through this hallway. They seem, you kind of assume from their garb, they don't have a set uniform, but they seem to be some sort of scientists or researchers. No one stands out remarkably. It's just people sort of going about their workday. That is another hallway, and you can see doors sort of branching off of it. You do notice that there is a more major door that you can see that presumably is going to lead somewhere out into the main area.
Okay.
But that's all you can see right now. And I'll roll a stealth check, actually.
Okay. Let's hope my fucking luck is improved.
Please.
Okay. Yeah, it has.
Okay.
So you are able to stay looking through that door. Nobody notices you.
Okay.
So that main door is still not the main entrance?
You can't really tell from the angle that you're at because you're looking through like a window and a door off to the side. It looks like a more major door. That's all that you can gather at this point.
And there's
a decent amount of people walking through. It's not like there's a crowd in this hallway, but this is a hallway that's actually being used in like a building where people are working. So there's people passing by every now and then.
Okay, then I think I'll chill here for a second until I see.
All right. So Canyon is in place, and on that we will cut back to SG and Glib.
Yeah.
You guys have the floor.
So you wanna walk in the front door?
Yes.
Real quick, Matt. For some reason, the chat thinks that Muso is playing the Mystery Man. That is not.
Yeah, that is not. I will go ahead and say that's not happening. That is not happening. That would be cool.
We're not fucking with you when we say he had a work thing. That
Peop-
it wasn't a joke.
That's the thing.
He legitimately had a
People,
work
we
thing.
started it on April Fool's, and now people think it's a joke. But I swear on Khonshu that it is not a joke. He is actually not joining because of a work thing. So please do not come up with insane theories about what Moose's role is going to be. He might be a guest star character. That is it.
That is the extent of
Yes.
it.
Moose had his own character. That character might be showing up. Nothing beyond that. Anyway.
Okay. So, we want to go
Okay.
in.
Yes,
right?
we're
Front
going.
door?
We're going in, and
Alright.
you are the
Alright.
scholar, and I am the daughter of the person running for chairman of the Commission of Movement, and
Yep.
I guess I'm just going to be your apprentice.
All right.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you
Yep.
you walk in the door and you come into what seems to there's a large sort of lobby area that is sort of like a reception area, and the person sitting at a desk, a receptionist obviously, sort of waves you over. Hello, what brings you to the commission today?
Hello. Yes. We had a meeting with the person in charge
That's
here.
a
We're
bold
from
opener, Panda.
the. Oh yeah.
All right.
We're going full out. We're from the office of the soon to be chairman of Movement's office. This is actually his daughter, and we are here to examine the facilities. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Roll deception first off. I guess both of you roll deception. Though I will say, I do like the way you phrased that. I like the whole soon-to-be chairman thing. That made it sound convincing. So
16.
Deception is 15.
okay, and Momo, you have it a little easier since you're a child.
A
You
child.
haven't talked as much right now. But the receptionist kind of nods and sort of pulls out like a little magic scroll. It seems that seems to like update as she's looking. Magic iPad. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. She pulls up a scroll that basically acts
Gotcha.
as
Magic
a magic
iPad.
And she looks at you and goes, I'm not seeing you on the schedule for today. Are you sure this is the correct day of your appointment? We don't want to have any trouble with the Commission of Movement, of course, but you understand.
Absolutely. Yes, this is the correct day. There must be an error on your end.
Roll deception again. I'm gonna have you making
Gotcha.
a lot of deception rolls through
Just
this.
Glib or both of us?
Just for right now, just who is talking. So Momo, if you want to jump in, you are welcome to.
Fuck.
You might want to
Yeah.
jump in.
What are you?
Oh, that's a
Eight.
dirty 20.
Okay,
So,
well,
I
I will. You have to say something
I-
to jump in. You can't
Yeah.
just yeah.
Oh, okay. I think there might be some sort of a mix-up. I understand that we did set the meeting after hours, so it could have been that it hasn't updated in your system just of yet. But I assure you, we do have an appointment.
Okay. Now, if I might ask, I can probably put that into the system here. What was the intent of your meeting today, so I can just put it on the itinerary?
Oh, let me.
We are. Okay, can we go to the side?
No, we can't.
No, you
have a
cannot.
telepathic link. Wait. Hold on. You have a
Improv.
telepathic
You
link.
do have you have telepathic speech, but you can't sidebar as you're talking to the receptionist.
Right. No sidebar.
No,
Telepathic
shit. I
speech.
have detect thoughts. I want to cast detect thoughts on this lady, and see
Okay.
and just trying to think what would be the correct answer here.
Okay. All right.
What does she think we're here
Yes.
for?
So, you cast detect thoughts. How do I wanna handle this? I guess it's a wisdom saving throw, yes. For detect thoughts.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you actually somewhat. Oh, and you're small again. I don't even have my hands
Oh,
on
no.
the keyboard. I don't know why this happens, but I'll fix it anyway. I'll keep talking as I fix it.
It's when you roll a dice.
So
It causes genuine
yeah, seriously.
chaos.
You sort of, the spell does seem to work, and you get the idea that just a sort of routine visit from someone who's running for council. It's not uncommon. He probably it's probably more of like a diplomatic visit than anything, showing that he cares about the state of the city. Or so, she doesn't expect it to be anything fancy, you know?
Okay, I have to keep myself honest. It does say that either way, even if I succeed or fail, the target knows that you're probing into its mind, and unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check, contested by your intelligence check. If it succeeds, that spell ends.
Shift your thing to Glib.
Like, she still knows I prodded her mind, either way.
She seems to not care.
Oh. Cool.
Which should maybe concern you a little
common
more.
Occurrence. Yeah, that's... I'd be concerned about that. So... how about... Alright. So diplomatic mission is normal. You have telepathic speech. Do you tell me that?
Yeah, I do say, like, that I tell you what would be a good answer for her, but I also say, she knows that I prodded her mind and she doesn't care. So I think we should consider the murder scenario sooner rather than later, but not right now.
Tell Canyon that, and I'll start lying.
I convey that to Canyon. I say, the lady at the front desk knows
going off
I prodded her mind and let me do it.
So, well, I assume the place I'm looking at is not the lobby. I need to go through the other fancy door.
Like, you can't see the lobby, but like, you all you can see is a fancy door. What you assume is you know, your own assumption from the information that you have.
I want to go through the fancy.
Okay, so yeah, we'll cut over, I guess, real quick actually. Panda, you said Glib was going to start lying. Start lying, then we'll see what Canyon is doing, because this is all happening concurrently.
Yep, absolutely. So, I know that a diplomatic mission is a good idea. I also know that she is here with a personal scholar. So, and this is sort of a research center by the looks of all of the various magical and scientist people. So, it is... Well, this actually has a dual-pronged purpose. You see, this is more of a diplomatic mission to check on the affairs of things, which I'm sure you assume. But also... we are trying to become better acquainted with the specific aspects of our city. So we are actually trying to learn all of the aspects of what it is you do here, which is why I am here, actually, as her designated scholar.
Very admirable. And forgive me if this is something that I should have known beforehand, but who are you exactly? I don't recognize you.
Me?
I'm...
No, she's asking Glib.
Me? Oh, fuck.
This is... Can I cut in?
You can cut in, yeah.
Like, this is a scholar of my father's. He studied under him for a while, and as you can see, a frog person, I know that's new in our city, but I assure you, he is very prepared. He is a very well-studied scholar, and as his apprentice, I do think it's a bit of a strange question to ask him, who are you? Because who are you, I'd say.
I did all this work.
To clarify something, you tried to, like, the persona that you've sort of put on is like a magic scholar, right? Like, you have like the orb and the amulet. You've tried to make yourself look fancy and magical. So the researcher goes, he studied under your father. I'm surprised that anyone related to the Council of Movement is doing magical work.
It was... I try and diversify my intellect as much as possible. You see, my name is actually unpronounceable to a tongue outside of a grung species. However, as a grung, my name is...
I'm gonna need you to make that sound again, not in character, just for my own purposes.
No.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I got the recording. I have it whenever I need it. All right. So well, that seems reasonable enough, I suppose. Well, we should be able to make a tour of our facilities and possibly a meeting with our chairman work. Hey, you're lucky he was available today. We're happy we didn't double book you. So if you'll just go through these doors here, and she sort of gestures off to the left.
Amazing, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that that's the path that you had?
Yes.
So you go through the door to the left, and you enter sort of like a small room, not major, where you do see the first guard that you have seen so far. And the guard sort of looks you up and down and goes, all right, this is just standard procedure. Don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'm going to need you to put all magic items in your possession on this table here for scanning, just to make sure that they don't interfere with any of our experiments.
I like
Magic.
I like begrudgingly. Oh, Jared. I don't want to put Jared on the. Okay, so I say, excuse me, sir. This is my emotional support rock. I am not to be parted with it for any reason whatsoever.
Oh, that's fine, little girl. We can just scan it while you're holding it there. I don't really mind.
Thank you.
All right, so he takes out some weird device. Not really sure what it is. Some strange magical thing. You can try to roll Arcana on it if you want, I guess. And he sort of, touches the crystal with it, taps it in a couple different places, and gets sort of a weird look on his face. Seems he's Miss, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to bring that in here.
I just start crying.
Okay.
So heavily. Just
Oh, no.
like a child scream crying.
Okay, yeah. The man looks very very concerned. For note, I will also say that Canyon, you do hear this crying, and it does seem to be coming from the main door that you're looking at. So that does seem to be the door into the lobby. You get a little bit of confirmation there. He
Okay.
seems a little. He kind of turns to Glib after a moment. He goes, "I'm sorry, I can't let her bring that in here. I don't really know what to do. I'm not great with kids."
Do you have any idea who you were talking to?
No.
I'm
If you don't want to find out, I suggest you keep it that way and let her keep the
Roll
rock.
your intimidation.
20.
Natural or adjusted?
14
Okay,
plus my
I mean,
plus
still good. He seems still, very, very. I'll okay. Look, I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, the little girl, just hold on to your rock. Put any other stuff you have on the table, and we'll go through that, and then we'll handle this in a minute.
You can't take away my emotional support bag too. My rock and
my
my
God.
bag.
This is
Why
my
did you scare the shit out of
this
me?
is my emotional
I
support
really
bomb.
want
You
to
can't take it
go.
away from me.
I would like to sneak my way, ideally, into this room.
Okay,
or at least
so,
towards the doors.
So yeah, we'll.
Do I know what they're doing, or do they have to talk to me, or is it just
It
list?
is a telepathic communication link, so like you're not
So
getting
I-
any fed information
So
automatically.
I do send the message to Canyon telepathically, like, you need to sneak the bag and Jared past the senses immediately.
Okay, so we'll cut
Yeah.
over to Canyon real quick as this. We'll assume that Glib yelling at this man can stall him for long enough.
Yeah.
So Canyon, you've got your you have the hallway. What are you doing?
Right, so I'm here, and like the door
Yeah,
is down there.
to make a
right?
little, you're here in like a doorway, and the door is like here, and there's a hallway going this way.
And then
There
there's
are people
around.
it's a not like a crowded hallway, but there are people walking through on a fairly regular basis.
Can I just say I sneak? But like, or do I have to say how?
I
I'm
mean,
sneaking?
like, are you have to be a little bit more specific than I sneak.
I walk with sneakily.
gonna die.
I don't know.
We're gonna die.
How many people? Is
I
it?
mean, there's maybe a couple that pass through every minute. It's not like on a regular basis. It's not a patrol. It's just people going through back and forth.
Well, then I'll wait until there's no one currently walking in the hallway outside of where my
Okay.
little window is, and then I get onto that hallway, and then there's like the door is on my level. Or
It is on your
lower than
level at the moment. Yeah.
me? Okay. Then yeah, I just wait for no one to be there, and then I
All right. So
go to the door. Is there another way into that
not that
room?
you know of, there might be, but you'd have to find it. So
I'll go through the main
all right.
doors.
So
why not?
yeah, roll stealth.
Wait.
Just-
Okay. I do have a question.
Okay.
A DM question.
21.
Okay.
What would I have to roll to know what the Department of Movement does?
I would say you probably wouldn't have any reason to. Glib could roll a I'll give you a history check. I'll give you a history check as for what
Gotcha.
the Department of Movement does,
Yeah.
or the Commission of Movement.
I'll like to remind everybody that I have a -1 on my
Yeah,
history
and yeah,
check.
I'll say you can do. I'll give you the history checks as we're doing this though. You said you got a 21, Nikhil?
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're able to go through quietly, quickly. No one seems to, if anyone passes, they're busy with their own work, and you're not drawing attention to yourself. So you're able to get to the door. Cutting back over to Glib real quick. 15 will be enough. The Commission of Movement is basically what regulates like business and trade in the city. The Commission of Movement, movement of goods from one
Okay.
place to another. They regulate
Okay.
like what's coming in and out and trade and things like that.
All right. Okay. We can work with that.
Now, Canyon, are you just going into this door?
I don't
So
want
I was like,
to.
if you
but
you can look in, and like you see this scene that's going down, but keep in mind now you are just in the middle of this hallway, exposed. So
Okay. So wait, real quick though. Looking through the door, is Glib still yelling at this man? Is this man's
yes, the
back
man's
to me?
back is to you. Glib is still yelling. SG is presumably still
He's-
crying
he's
about the
off-
rock.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, I'd like to stealthily slip into the
Okay,
door.
roll roll
Like-
stealth.
Not.
Yeah, I
crazy.
get what you're saying.
Oh, that was much worse.
I mean, he's very distracted at this
Okay.
point, so I'll say that you're able.
I wanna help by blowing my nose into the guard's shirt to
Okay.
completely enthrall
So
his attention.
he's totally distracted. You are able to I guess I'll do a perception check for him just to be sure. Oh
Well, no,
yeah,
I-
you're fine.
ooh.
He's very distracted.
I want to telepathically tell
Mhm.
SG that I need her to be not near the
Oh.
guard, because I can sleight of hand the bag and the gem and
Well,
get out of there, but not.
I will
next
say
to
the
him.
Okay.
SG's still holding the rock, and the
yeah, so I'm gonna hold.
nothing.
I'm
The
gonna
guard does
keep
not
the
have
rock.
anything at the moment. They're still holding all of their stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But if she can leave the guard for a second, give me the crap, I can stealthily
Okay,
leave
I think
and
I get what you're. I
they
think I get what you're saying here.
with at least the shard. Like the
Yeah.
rock is already
Yeah.
pretty fine, but I
Okay.
The
take
shard, because the shard can't go through that scanner.
Yeah, if the shard gets scanned, that seems like something that would be interesting.
A very bad.
Yes.
Glib, I think you have the bag with the shard.
Yes, he does. No, actually, you have it, SG. I believe you
yeah,
have it. Yeah.
you did
Oh, I
because you
still
took
have
the
it?
pants
Yeah.
and put it in the bag.
Okay, then I would say like as I've tugged this guy's shirt down and
Mhm.
like blowing my nose in it, I just like slip the bag with my other hand
Okay.
and hand it to
That'll be a
um
sleight of hand check for Canyon.
Alright, lit. That is a
Yeah,
25.
fine. I'll roll to make sure he doesn't get a nat 20. You're good. So yeah, you have the bag on your possession now.
Alright. And then I stealthily slip
One more
back out
stealth
of the
check
door.
to get out.
Watch this will be a fucking 0. Nope, it's a
That's-
19. I fucking love
Yeah,
this shit.
yeah. Now you're fine. I told you, like, once we get the city environments are where like your kind of stealth rogues sort of shine because you get to sneak around in back rooms and stuff. So yeah, you are back out into that hallway. And I'll say,
I'd like to.
Hmm?
I'd like to go
Yeah,
back
so-
to my window because I seem to have been.
yeah.
sent
So
there.
you go back to your window. You still haven't really seen anybody operating in this hallway or this sort of back hallway. You're fine. And I'll say that you managed to sort of sneak back the way that you came. So the bag has been passed through. We will now cut back to the screaming child.
Okay,
Um,
so I'm gonna minor illusion the bag still on my back.
Okay.
And then I say, can I just walk under the scanner with my bag? Like I'm assuming this is like a metal detector.
It's a handheld thing that he's using, but it's something similar. The
Wait,
point is the same.
Scan it one more time and make sure.
Yeah, can you please just scan it while it's
Yeah.
on my person?
He has no problem with that. That's what he wants. He wants you to be gone. You are making him very stressed out. So he scans the thing. It doesn't really come up as magic at all, in fact. But he is fine with that because he wants you out of here. So then he kind of, says, okay, just go wait to the other side of the room. And you, sir, he turns to Glib. Do you have anything magic on your person?
So I do, and I set the orb and the amulet down. I would also like to remind everybody, I still have that fucking staff, and I will go. I do have a unfortunate thing to tell you. This contains my essence, and if scanned with anything else magical, I will die immediately.
Big old deception check for that one.
This contains my essence.
Nat 20.
Did you say
Yeah!
nat 20?
Yeah.
He says the guard who has been, accosted by this crying girl and yelled at by a frog monster, and he is having one of the worst days of his whole employment. He pauses for a second and he goes, "Go, get out of here. Get out of this room. Get out right now."
Thank you, sir. My father will not forget this kindness you've shown us.
That's good because I'm gonna be out of a job soon. And he's just sort of like he shoves you out of the room. He does not want you in there anymore.
Yeah, we did it.
Collect all of our shit. Did we
Success.
get through? There we go. Success.
Now, as this is happening, I'm actually gonna cut over to Canyon for a bit because Canyon, sort of out of nowhere in your hallway, you hear a voice just go, "Hey."
I'd like to look at that where that voice
You
came from.
look around, the hallway seems empty. Comes again. "Hey."
Oh
I-
shit.
I check out my skull.
Finally. I've been wondering when you were gonna talk to me for real and not just that stupid weird illusion crap.
I say I would like to bring up because I don't want to have known that it was an illusion.
Yeah, you did
that
not
I have
know that.
talked
Yeah.
to it. Yeah, exactly. I have been
Yes.
speaking to you. We've had multiple
No,
conversations.
that wasn't me. That was your friend messing with you. This is
I
me
find
for
that hard to
real.
believe. I'm just-
Okay. Look, to be honest, I don't really care if you think that was real or not. It's not like anything important happened, and I kind of agree with most of the stuff that was said. So you brought me here, huh? What'd you do that for?
Yeah. Well, you're just kind of in my bag, and I don't know why we're here either. But I'm still rolling with the frog and the weird shape.
Why'd you take me in the first place out of the fortress?
I was gonna put you on the stick, so I had a cool scepter, but then the frog got the stick. So now.
And by the way, I'm not the voice is very obviously kind of strained, but that seems to be more because it's coming out of a skull, and it's not a he doesn't. This is a sort of distorted version of whatever voice that this is.
Is this telepathic, or is it
the mouth is moving.
muscle drop?
Yeah, the mouth is
Okay.
moving. It is.
This is a Skeletor
Yeah,
situation.
it is speaking. So why'd you take me out of the fortress? I did not. Can you say it again? I think your audio might have cut
I
out.
was gonna put you on the stick, but the frog got the stick. So now
yeah,
it's just
okay.
you.
That would have looked cool. You're not wrong. Why do you want to stick with a skull on it? It seems like that's
Oh,
kind of
good
your
God, there's
thing.
two of them now.
I think it would have been cool. It's not much
Yeah.
deeper than that. I was gonna wave
So
it
you-
around to people, maybe bonk a few people on the head.
So you
I
like
don't know.
death?
Yeah,
Noted.
Oh god. Oh no.
pretty much.
I don't
Hey,
like this.
I might ask you to do something for me in a bit, depending on what we see here. Can I count on you, bud?
If it's about killing, yeah,
Oh.
probably.
God damn
Lots
it,
of
Canyon.
that's gonna be happening. Oh, by the way,
I
forgot
must say though,
the-
I've been told to only do it if absolutely necessary. Will that be involved in
that
the
sounds
situation?
incredibly boring.
Well, I was also told to wait to be told it was absolutely necessary, and no one's around. So I
No,
think
no. I'm
all-
in your head. I'm in your head.
Canyon, god damn it! Wait, can you hear his thoughts or can he just hear yours?
I think telepathic
Oh,
communication is like
it's
an
a
active choice. Like it's not like you're reading minds. It's like you choose to send it. So
Yes.
unless I don't think that you
Ah,
could
you're
hear this
right.
interaction, SG.
God damn it.
So how am I talking to this thing? Is it still like casually like I was before, or are we doing Hamlet at
I
this
mean,
point?
it's a skull. You're holding it however you want it to be. It's a skull that's talking.
All right, then yeah, I want full Hamlet. with the
Okay, so
gems and everything.
when you take it out, you do notice that the gems are glowing a sort of greenish color. That they
I'd like to ask if those gems are.
it's
I want to ask.
how much magic do you know?
Minimal. I know a fucking.
It would be
Kraken
really
game.
difficult to
Yeah.
explain. It's death stuff.
That's
It's
just
death
not-
stuff.
All right, I like death stuff. You're still speaking my language. I'm not a big fan of the whole coming back to life system that you seem to have, nailed down, but that's all
I
right.
can still work with it. Anyway, we should probably stop
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
out
the
loud in this
fuck
empty
knows
hallway,
so
but
bad.
I'll get back to you. And then the gems fade out.
All right, thanks for checking in, Scully. And I guess I put him away with that really riveting
Yeah.
combo.
It's
Oh,
set up for
God
later
damn it,
things.
No.
It's set
I
up
have
for later
something for you.
things. I'm looking at chat. It's kind of people are saying some things. Anyway, so yeah, we'll move back to the pairing of crying child and angry man. You guys come out of the
Chat's like,
you come out of the guard's room, and there's sort of another person after that comes out to sort of meet you out of a door on the other side. They seem a little bit concerned, judging by the fact that they probably like heard some of the bawling and the screaming, crying, throwing up. But they go, "Is everything all right? Are you ready for the tour of the facility?"
Like Victoria just sniffles and is like,
Can we just like?
yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, let's do this.
All right. So he begin sort of still a little bit confused by everything that's going on. He starts sort of taking you around to showing you all of the things that are going on in this facility. Most of them, at least at the beginning, don't seem pretty interesting. It's like city infrastructure stuff, and there's some magic interweaved into it, but like it's not really fancy. It's making the mirror system more effective. Making sure that everything in the city is functioning as intended. Nothing really crazy jumps to mind. And I can answer any lore questions that you have, but I'll tell you now, none of it's interesting.
Okay.
So after the fairly boring tour of all these facilities, by the way, Canyon, are you sort of following them over on this, or are you still in your hallway?
Where are they? Because they went through the same door I did, right? So
they did not
shouldn't
go.
be in my
I
hallway
should have
now?
been more clear. Sorry, they did not go through the same door you did. They went into another door and are just sort of looking at like the innovations and experiments that are going on. But again, none of them are particularly
All right, then
interesting.
I think I'll just ask SG. I think I'll just ask SG if she wants me to follow them or not, and if not, I'll just do my own shit.
I'd what do I say? Follow along, but stay on high alert.
Okay.
All right, then yeah.
So I'll probably have you make like periodic stealth checks just to make sure that you don't get spotted. So actually, let's go ahead and start that now. Just make a stealth check.
We have bad luck with this. Let's hope he doesn't get immediately.
That was a
spotted.
nat 20 plus
Okay,
7,
I
so
will actually.
27.
You know what? I'll say that covers for like the trip. You are able to stay behind them for the entirety of this tour pretty effectively.
7 foot
'Cause that's-
hat man sneaking around
For
for
note,
the win.
I don't know if this is officially how it works in D&D, but this is how it works in Pathfinder, and I sort of treat it the same way. For purposes of like how good a nat 20 is, basically like 20s are like 40s, like you double it. So that was basically like a 47. So that's good. And yeah, okay, we'll leave it at that for now. After the largely uneventful tour, the guide turned back to you and goes, "And you were scheduled for a meeting with the chairman, yes?"
The current
Yes,
chairman,
that
yes,
is true.
thank
Yes.
you.
Right this way. And he sort of leads you down, another set of hallways. Again, the only interesting thing about these hallways is they're all very brightly lit, as you would expect.
And have we been going down, or are we going up?
You have gone up, and you have not gone underground. You have not gone underground
Okay.
at all. But eventually you go into this sort of fancier room that seems to be a waiting area for the chairman. And the chair guy knocks on the door, and you hear an old voice go, "Enter!" And he opens the door, and you walk in to see a very old man, sort of hunched behind a desk. He seems, friendly enough. He sort of gives the child like a little wave and smile as you come in.
Okay.
So,
Is this?
Hmm?
No, I'm not. I'm not talking. I'm trying to piece together
I'm
if
told
that's the
you're
guy.
from the Commission of Movement.
Yes,
Soon
my
to be.
father is running to be the Commission of Movement chairman.
Forgive me, I'm often too busy with my studies to pay attention to politics, but I wish him well in his election, of course. So, what would you like to know? I'm happy to answer any questions about our operations here.
I speak to Glib in my head. Glib, ask him a question. I don't know. I don't know why we're here.
All right. While we're just kind of silently, mentally talking, can you prod his mind for something he doesn't want us to know?
Let me see if I can do that with detect thoughts.
I
Okay.
don't think that you can do that with Detect Thoughts. There would be other higher level spells that would allow you to do that sort of thing. I have actually...
Can you get a vibe if he's hiding something?
Okay, so it says you can initially learn the surface thoughts of a creature, what is most on its mind at the moment, and as an action you can either shift your attention to another creature's thoughts or attempt to probe deeper into the creature's mind. If you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. And if it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. If it succeeds, the spell ends, it says.
Okay. So let's see if we can probe deep and see if there's anything that looms large in this guy's mind, because this dude's the dude in charge,
Yes.
I'm assuming.
So-
So
He also doesn't pay attention to politics.
So ask him like a
Like,
very blanket politician's question, and then as you ask him and he thinks, I will probe deep into his mind.
can you give me a in-depth rundown of the specifics of every member of your staff?
That's not where I thought that sentence was going to end. So he sort of looks at you kind of quizzically. He goes, I suppose I could do something of that nature, but before, I do have a question for you two, if you don't mind. And that was, why are you really here, and why did you try to read the mind of my receptionist when you entered?
I'm probing his mind at this point.
Oh, I mean, you don't...
He did that
Yeah,
before we
No,
even...
you're not able to
Okay,
pull a single
was
thing off
instant.
of this man. He
Okay.
knew
Wait,
that
if I fail, I still need to know why it failed.
Oh, he's just a stronger sorcerer than you, and he's able to counterspell it.
Damn.
Yeah, and I guess since he's a wizard, he's not a sorcerer, but you wouldn't know that. But yeah, no, he is. Your play, or at least the play of 2 out of 3 of you, has been known since you came in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Split
I
up
was
was
about
the
to, maybe
fucking-
splitting up was a good call, because now you have a little backup plan in place.
Okay.
Secret cat
Can
for the win.
yeah. Can you shoot a thought to Canyon that says stay back, but plan is being reconsidered?
Yes, I say
Shit's bad, but stay back.
I say high alert, ready your action.
Now, I will actually cut over to Canyon at this point, sort of backtracking up. When they go into this office, where are you trying to go? So you see they go into this reception area. They go into the office, and the tour guide turns around to go back the way he comes. So I guess I'll have you roll a stealth check to hide from him, unless you're not hiding from him for whatever reason.
What is the office? Does the office have windows?
I mean, I don't think you would know that. Yeah, there's a window in the office, but you would not
I saw the building. Like,
Okay, I mean,
is
yeah.
there-
Okay, fair. There is a window that you think is possibly to the office.
And the room that I'm in, does it have a window?
No, because you're in an internal hallway.
Shit. Okay. Well then, yeah, I guess I just hide from this guy. People really want me to be climbing on the wall.
I was
Or, like, on the
literally
ceiling?
picturing you
So I like
having.
that.
I will tell you, I have gotten through scenarios exactly like this by climbing on the ceiling in campaigns that I have played. I have done this exact thing.
Nice. I would like
Yeah.
to climb on the ceiling.
So you can roll stealth, and I'll give you. Well, I'll I'll handle it.
Hold on, I got out of my thing, so I gotta go back to it now. Rolling stealth. We got a 12.
Okay.
Jesus.
You're close, but you made it. The tour guide walks underneath you. But before you can really move or do anything else, you hear a recently familiar voice coming from your bag or wherever you have put the skull back. He goes, Kid, hey.
Hi.
Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I need you to follow my instructions. Go to the end of this hall, turn left.
I got a thing I'm doing right now.
This is more important.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I was ready to give you more info, but all right, sure. So are you following Skull's
I love how
instructions?
Just fucking go with the flow. You
I
are.
will say I am trying to play this like as the goof I want it to be, and it is also frustrating for me that I just.
No,
God damn
I
it,
will
he
say,
wouldn't
I will
listen. He would
say
just
that means
go.
you're doing it right, Nikhil. That means all of you guys. This is sidebar for a second. All of you guys are very good at role playing your characters. I'm proud of all of you, especially since this is 2 out of 3 of your first times. But yeah. So are you following his instructions?
Yeah, I'll do things.
So as you sort of
But I want to say something to
Okay.
SG
yeah.
mentally. That's just like, hold on, I'm gonna do
Mhm.
something, or hold on, I'm gonna do something
Like,
else, and then just,
Hello. What are you doing? That's the wrong accent. Like,
British thoughts.
Can I hear this? Did she project that to me as well?
I believe it's one person at a time, but
it's
like
one person at a time.
she
so
could
I have to-
communicate this to you afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Can you? Where are you going?
I gotta. It's hard to
You
explain,
can't.
but
You can't
someone's
just
talking.
abandon
Yeah,
us.
I gotta
We're
do
in
it.
deep shit right now.
You said stay back. It's just further back. Give me a call if you're needing something.
I like that. You said stay back. This is just further back. That's a good line.
This is back. You said back.
All right. So let's actually let's cut back to SG. We're doing a lot of bouncing back and forth, but that's the nature of split parties. Let's finish out this first. So he is just the man whose name you don't know the name of has just asked, "Hey, what's up? Why do you mind read my receptionist?" I mean, he did it.
I don't know what you could be referring to, sir. We are
You don't.
we are from
You
here.
don't.
We know we're here. We're supposed to be here.
You don't have to cover for me anymore. It's
no,
okay.
You're not.
It's okay,
fairly
and I just-
certain.
I confess. I'm sorry. They're trying to train me, but I'm not very good at my sorcerer powers. I'm struggling to not do that. I just kind of look at someone and I go into their thoughts, and it's not really something I've gotten a control of just yet. There's not many people that can train me.
All right, roll deception.
Please.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Please be
this
good.
is gonna be an
out
important
here.
one. I'm rolling for him too. So.
22.
Okay.
22.
Oh. The eyes of the old man soften, and he seems to be sympathetic to the plight of a young sorcerer.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. He goes, "Oh, it must be quite tragic. I'm sorry to accuse you so. What is your sorcerer nature? You said you were a sorcerer, yes?
Yes.
What provides your power?
I don't really know for certain, to be honest.
An old god.
And did you just shout an old god?
Yep. Because I'm an actual warlock who can control that shit. So if we need to fake it, I can fake it.
Okay. It says, oh, an old god, huh? It's funny. I was detecting a mild psychic signature off you. You know, I knew someone with a similar signature once. Oh, but they're long gone now, I'm sure.
Do you remember this person's name, perhaps?
Oh, it's the name. I've never been good with names. I can consult my records and find out, because it really was. It's quite similar. You seem exactly like her.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, lots of side questy things happening in this facility, or maybe not side quests. Maybe this is main quest. You don't know. You'll find out in like 10 minutes.
Oh.
That's the end. Of the
No,
session.
no, this is not the end of the session. We got some time left. Fear not.
I apologize for earlier, sir. I just don't have a hold of it just yet.
It's fine, darling. I went through some of the same things myself, and I was just learning my power. And are you certain that you don't have any sort of psychic nature?
I think it might be. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm only 10 years old. It's not something that I'm exactly an expert in.
Let me consult. He sort of waves his hand, and a book flies off a nearby shelf. And he opens it up, and he writes some information on a scroll. And he rolls it up, and he actually hands it to Glib as sort of your like caretaker. He assumes, but he hands it to Glib. This might provide you some sort of leads to handling that. I'm afraid I'm too busy, but anyway, I'm sorry to have derailed our meeting. What else did you need to know? You asked for a complete roster of all my staff.
I feel like this is you're a good person
to be
to
honest,
ask.
I was covering for the girl.
I feel like you're a good person to ask, but I feel like there's a weird energy in this place. That's not from me, is it?
I don't believe so. I mean, there's weird energies all around. This is an experimental facility, after all.
What is it? Is it something that I can help with if I do get a better hold on my abilities in the future?
Perhaps. I admire your aspirations. What you'll have to be a little more specific. Do you have evidence? Of course, we're working with many types of magic here.
I don't have evidence per se. It's just it feels a little swirly here, if that makes sense.
At that, roll an insight check, both of you.
So can I ask a question real quick? This dude's powerful enough to know that she tried to read someone's mind, but he can't tell that she's not a little girl.
That's what it seems like.
I only rolled a 4 in
That's
insight.
what it seems like.
Fuck, I got a 15.
Okay, a 15 is enough to know that sort of at that word, he definitely sort of shifts a little bit. Not noticeable, like he hides it, but he's now a little bit more intrigued. He goes, swirly?
Yes, it's like the energy is almost dizzy and it moves in a way I'm not familiar with.
It's interesting. I'm not. It could just, of course, be the you young sorcerer. You haven't been exposed to very much magic in your time. It could be that all of the combined energies are just messing with your head.
I'm a little bit more experienced of a magic user than her, and I concur. It feels sort of twisty around here.
Well, are you?
What is that?
Are you usually exposed? Where did you study? Are you usually exposed to the sort of experimental things that we work with here?
I'm not at liberty to say that, but I would say yes.
Roll deception on that, I guess.
Is that a lie?
I mean,
That is 100%
I was
a
gonna
lie.
say, deception is not. The deception skill is for when you are trying to mislead someone in general.
Yeah.
It does not an outright lying.
Yeah.
By saying I'm not at liberty, like his intent is misleading someone, so the deception skill
I'm
applies.
not a to say that, but I'd say yes.
It's a 14.
That's
I cover my water bottle, but it's fine. A 14. He says, well,
It's not great.
if you would like to take a look through the facility again and see if anything jumps out at you, we can arrange for another quick run through.
How do I get the most distinct feeling that you're not showing us everything that has to be shown here?
Well, I mean, there are confidential projects that are not at liberty to be shown to the public. You are not a member of the council yet, or not a daughter of one, I should say. I make no, I do not attempt to mislead you when I say I'm not showing you everything. That is just the nature of government work.
That is fair, I guess. And sir, I haven't gotten your name. I might need it in the future.
Right. I always forget to have names.
Thinking 12 steps
I
ahead.
always forget to have names. I have names for some characters prepared, but not all. Oh,
like the one we didn't ask for.
The one time we asked.
That's the one seriously. You always ask for names that I don't have ready, but you never ask for the names that I do. Anyway, I was going through my my name is Methuselah.
What?
Methuselah.
God
Yeah.
damn. That's a
He's a
name.
weird
Very
old man.
old.
That's a weird old man name.
Is it just
What?
Methuselah? That's
This is
Methuselah.
an old mysterious magic guy. I should have said I don't think I actually told you what this dude is, but this dude is a halfling. I really should have said that for visualization purposes, but I never did.
It was close.
Yeah, he actually is. I forgot to say that. That's on me. Anyway, he's a small old man.
Okay.
And I speak to Glib and say, I don't think we're going to get anything out of this guy. And we haven't gotten
You saw that.
we haven't gotten
When
we haven't gotten any answers, and we've came all the way over here.
you saw how we reacted when we said this place felt twisty.
Yes, I saw that. But what?
If I ask about it again, can you do the
I have
thing?
to burn. I'm gonna burn, a second level, like 2 sorcery points to get 1 second level spell back, to do, detect thoughts one more time.
All right. I mean, I guess I'll roll for it, but I don't think. Yeah. So he very notably, like his expression changes as you try to cast a spell again. He is now solidly suspicious of you, considering like you just said you had trouble controlling your powers, and then you ask a question that's a little suspicious, and then immediately try to read his mind again. So he's very suspicious. Let me get a few of my guards to show you around one more time, and he sort of like waves his hand around, sending out some little magical signal. It seems.
And then I think, Canyon, we need to do it now.
Perfect timing to cut over to Canyon. All right, so
yeah. Sure. I'm doing it.
so I'm gonna have you make another stealth check. Just sort of, as for the beginning of this journey, we'll do a stealth check right off the start, so I know how to describe it. 13. All right, that's. Man, I rolled for some perception checks that people are gonna pass, and they got a 2 and a 1. So you're very good at stealth by pure luck. So the skull sort of, he told you to go down the hallway and turn left. He sort of continues giving you instructions without really like telling you what's up. But interestingly, as you're sort of just going down a hallway, as you're going deeper into the facility, you're seeing less and less people. But as you get deep, you're going down a blank hallway that seems to just not really have anything in it, and the skull finally goes, stop, here.
Stop.
Yeah. And the skull he goes, hold me up. So you're
I do
holding up
that.
the skull, he goes, left, turning him left, little more, and then when you're facing the wall, like maybe like 3 feet forward, he goes, there, right there.
There what?
I don't know, something.
It's a wall.
It is
dude.
not.
I like push on the wall.
You push on the wall. I mean, pushing on it doesn't really do anything.
Okay, then I would like to repeat that it is a wall.
I mean, it's a wall, but there's something.
Behind
Maybe.
you're a skull.
I'm a
What
skull
talking?
that you're holding up in the middle of an empty hallway. It's not like I can do a lot of perception here.
Alright, so I roll my perception check.
Yeah, that actually genuinely was not my intention. I did not mean to make that a little like pun nudge, but you can.
I think
Okay,
it was
then
great.
I'll say it was intentional.
I got 8.
Okay, so there's
I'm not a perceptive man.
there's not much there, but so of it you go, knock on it. Knock on the
Who's
I
that?
love that we're just fucking throwing shit at the wall now, where it's just like, I don't know what the fuck is behind there. Hit it, maybe knock it down.
literally throwing things at the wall.
SG has just reached out to me. Right?
That has
Is
not happened yet. This is right before.
Okay. Then I'll knock
So
on it.
you knock on the wall. It definitely sounds hollow. And actually, what you said you got an 8 on your perception check? Okay, that's
Yeah.
not enough to notice anything else. But yeah, so the wall sounds hollow, but like as you knock around it, it seems like other sections are not hollow. Like there is definitely something behind this little area of wall.
Okay. Is there
And keep in mind, there's no one around at
Is
this
there-
point. No.
someone around? Is there anything I have in my thieves kit that it could help
Do
me
you
in this at all?
have
I don't know if you know that.
pythons? Are pythons a thing? Do you know what those are? Because I didn't know.
I don't
they
know
were.
what they're called.
So pythons are like climbing spikes, you know, like you can like stick into stuff and use them as like platform. You could like try to stab
Right.
through the wall with one of those if you wanted.
Can he do that with his claws?
Small file, a set
I
of
wouldn't-
lockpicks, a small
Claws might not be
spear,
hard
a
enough.
set of narrow-bladed scissors, and a pair of
Oh,
pliers.
pliers might be able to like get like a.
I have narrow-bladed scissors.
I mean, also you know you can try to smash or like peel
Yeah.
away like a panel
MacGyver
or
it,
something.
MacGyver
Yeah.
it.
Just do
Well, my other thing is if I didn't have anything, I was just gonna shove my sword straight through the wall. But
Hey,
I feel like I will.
you
instead-
can try whatever you want. This is Dungeons and Dragons.
All right, I'm alone in the
You are
hallway.
alone in the hallway. Yes, there is no one else around.
Yeah, I want to straight up just plunge my sword into the wall in one of the hollow parts.
So yeah, you are wait. I know you say like, are you trying to like stick it down or are you sticking it straight through?
I was thinking more like a.
Oh, okay, like a rip. Okay, so you plunge through the wall. It does come away like fairly easily. You cut through. You don't tear the whole thing away, but very interestingly, when your sword comes away, there is dirt on it, and you realize as you have been going through this facility, you have made your way underground. That was what the perception check was for. Did he freeze or is he just sitting there?
I think
No, I'm right here.
No. I think
you're frozen.
yeah,
You're frozen.
Nikhil has frozen. That's poor timing. He got got by the. Oh, there we go. He's back. He's
I'm
back.
right
He's
here.
back.
I don't know what to do.
Okay. Yeah. No. Your internet froze for a second. Anyway, I'll reiterate what we said before your internet froze.
No, I heard it all.
Oh, you heard it. Okay, then yeah. So your sword comes away sort of dirty, and that was what the perception check was for. You would have noticed you were on like a slant, a very slight one.
Nice. Rip.
Okay.
So
you
I'm underground. And they're where in this building?
uh.
Are they up?
They are up, and you know the path that you took, but they are up on like the second or third floor, so you're fairly below them. Back behind the wall is a tunnel, and a tunnel that came from the surface, like someone was digging down from the surface, ran into this building, and then continued sort of digging deeper.
Interesting.
Perhaps maybe like a goblin of some
The
kind
tunnel
that needed
is
to make its way around
roughly
here.
goblin-sized.
Very interesting.
Secret tunnel.
Secret
Oh, and I have
tunnel.
a
Yeah.
shard too, don't I?
Under Rift Reach. But yeah, you do have that.
Okay, and I've still not heard SG's cry.
You hear the cry as you discover this, pretty much. Like, so
Wow.
you rip the side away, and then
That's
you hear
very
the cry.
complicated.
As you open it and reveal the tunnel, the skull goes, "Yes, down there, something's down there."
All right, and then SG. What does SG say to me again?
Like, we need your help now.
Signal. This is the
And then I
signal.
say,
Signal.
Is this murder time now?
It's murder time.
And I'd like to look at the skull, and I'd be like, how many murders do I got to commit down that tunnel?
I don't know what's down there. There's something big.
And I would like to call SG again and just be like, how many murders would you estimate I get to commit?
Weighing
I
my
don't
options
know,
here.
like, 3 to 4, and 4 would
I'd like
be
to go back
maybe a
to the way I
91-year-old.
All right. The skull is screaming at you as you do so. And actually, are you trying to sneak or are you rushing? Like what is your
I think
your?
at this point, I'm rushing.
I figured as much. So at this, you are booking it through this place.
I want to be sprinting through the hallway. Rapier still just drawn.
Yeah.
7-foot cat. Going.
At this point, you definitely attract attention.
Like a John Wick hallway moment.
Most of the people here are researchers or scientists or wizards of some kind that are sort of lower level. They're not leaping to stop you, but you are definitely attracting attention, and surely guards will be there in a matter of moments. But you do make it up to the office fairly quickly. It takes you a couple minutes because you were a couple stories down.
Right.
As they're you guys, SG and Glib, you're sort of just like waiting for the guards to get there, unless you're booking it, which you are welcome to do.
Oh, actually, if they're just still there, can I like stop sprinting closer to the room?
I mean, yeah.
Because I would like to actually because if the guards aren't around yet, I would like to wait for the guards.
Okay, yeah, sure. We'll say you can get there first because you're a tabaxi. You're pretty fast.
This motherfucker.
And can I?
Only here to kill some people.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know where the restroom is? I'd like to go before the guards come to give us the second tour.
The guards can show you very easily.
I would
They can take you there on the way.
I will just. I can't. I'm only a 10-year-old. I
would
have
like
a small
to tell
bladder.
SG mentally that I'm outside the doors.
Okay.
Okay, so now now this man is locked in a room with all three of us, and the most murder happy of us is waiting for
And
the
you
guards.
just threatened to pee on his floor.
I mean, not. I tell Kenny, knock on the door. Knock on the door.
Oh, knock on the. Okay, I thought it was going to be more of a reveal the guards are dead situation. That works too. I knock on the door.
Hey,
And I'm assuming the guy thinks the guards are here.
yeah, that's a fair assumption. That was smart. So, the guy, yes, come in.
I like grandly open the door.
Boom, cat.
Hello.
He is obviously surprised and kind of just
Before
like,
he says anything, I
Okay.
want to shoot a crossbow at his head.
all right.
We need this man.
You did not
Do we?
specify. You said murder time. There's a man.
Hey,
in the room.
hey.
We can get info from
You
this
did not
fucking
specify
guy,
any
you
of that.
fucking
I
psychotic.
show up. From my point of view, I ask how many murders. And y'all are both going. It's go
Don't
time.
even
I
have, like-
sprint up there. I'm told to open the doors. I throw the door open. I'm murdered.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
mean, to be fair,
God.
that is what you
Han
sold this.
Solo
That is what you sold this to
argument.
him as.
Right away.
You,
Cloud City.
I mean, yeah. Roll your to hit.
I never know what this is.
Oh yeah, it's your roll a d20, add your dexterity, add your proficiency bonus.
Oh, actually, wait. No, I forgot. I
Um,
fixed my thing, so I think I can just roll a crossbow. And it'll do
Hey.
it.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, it's a 13. That's not nearly high enough as
A
well.
13. Actually, I mean, he's an old man who was surprised. It's not like this man is particularly fast, and he hasn't had time to do anything to sort of prepare himself for a physical attack. So yeah, it actually does hit him.
Nice. Great.
So roll your
Does
damage.
it kill him?
And the damage is. Oh, and the next one. Oh, I love having this
Yeah.
thing actually work.
Yeah, dude.
Excellent.
It
9.
saves so much time. 9 damage. Okay, that's pretty good. This guy is, he's not incredibly weak, but you shoot him, and he sort of you shoot the man. He screams. He seems very stunned, obviously, by the sudden appearance of what he thought was going to be guards turning out to be crossbow cat.
Can I turn to Canyon now that the door is
Oh,
open?
and
you
it
just got
actually, yeah,
shot in the
it is
face?
technically a sneak attack. Someone just pointed out. So yeah, you get to add your sneak attack damage, Nikhil, which I
Oh,
believe is
no.
2d6.
This man's gonna fucking die.
Wait, how do I do that? How do I do that? Hold on.
You just I don't know
Oh,
how you do
I
it
see,
on
I
D&D.
see, I see.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is 12.
You got max roll on that? Okay, so I was 21 damage off that shot.
Yep.
Okay, so he's not dead, but like
He should be dead.
That went. He doesn't have less health than you guys do. But like that goes like close to his neck. He is not doing great.
Okay. After he has sneak attacked this man, can I turn and scream, lock the door? Because now this is an active crime scene. This is
Technically, it's been an active crime scene for a while. It's just a different crime.
True.
Cover is blown. We need to
Cover
we
is
need to
blown is
handle
not
this
lock the
situation.
door. It is a move. It is a come on.
No, I want to question the
Then
man.
grab
Lock the
him in
door.
your tentacles.
Yeah,
and
he's
let's book
small.
it
He
out.
is like 3 feet tall.
Do you
Canyon
want to
can
murder the
probably hold him.
guards?
Bruh, we can fight
Also-
the guards either way. We're not staying in this room. Tentacle the old dying man, and let's fucking go.
What we need might be here. What we
I
have
think
been
we
detecting
passed
might
that
be
step.
here.
Personally. But I will begrudgingly.
Thanks to you fucking psycho!
For note,
Told
you
me
are,
it was kill time.
I am treating this conversation as if it is happening in real time. So you should make a decision.
Man the fucking door! I'm grabbing the old man.
Okay.
Alright, give me a minute to be threatening.
I shouldn't, but I'll allow it.
You want someone who's threatening. You'd be the guy who shot him.
Yeah, that is a good point. I would.
No, you'll just fucking
That is
kill him.
also
I
a
need
good point.
info. I gave you the chance to tell me before. Now I'm telling you right now. Tell me what the fuck is going on here.
Despite obviously not being in a very good way and bleeding out and being he's had a bad 2 minutes.
Bad go.
He sort of just like shakes his head slowly.
Okay. I'm gonna grab the wound.
God damn, Panda.
I said tell me, fucker. This is...
Okay, so you begin physically torturing this old man, who, I should point out, you don't necessarily know is evil or good.
Listen, we have been psycho this entire
That's
time.
very true.
Fucking
That's
Murder
very-
Cat
oh,
tried to
man.
murder him a
I
second
was, it
ago.
was
I
very
do
clear
love
that
this.
you guys were in danger. I showed up. I took care of the guy
Every-
who went to the wood.
Everyone in chat is saying your Jason Todd is showing.
I said tell me. I didn't give you an option.
I mean, roll intimidation, I guess. Do it with advantage because of the whole situation. I'll give you advantage, but
I need to check.
I'd like to help by just like
All right,
slightly
hold on. Let me
also
add
like
advantage.
heightening my crossbow over like looking at both of them.
okay, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Somehow with advantage. I rolled higher without it, but once I added advantage, it turned out to be 8.
8. All right,
Okay.
that's
I'm tiny again.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I'll fix
I'm
that.
tiny.
I don't know why that happens, but let's fix.
But
Keep talking
now-
as I fix it.
I would like to step over to Glib and go to this man and say, and still as Victoria flexing, like, to Methuselah, was it? I need you to answer my questions. I need you to answer them immediately because there's something. I told you that there was swirly energy in here. There is a creature underneath this place that has spoken to me in my mind, and it is big and it is scary. And it is way more powerful than you understand. You need to tell me, and you need to tell me now.
I would like to,
real-
at this point, shout to both of them as I'm still facing the door that I did find the tunnel, or a tunnel.
Okay, so go through where
Yeah.
you are all at, like physically. Where are you in this room as this is going down? Describe your position to me.
I am currently on top of the man.
I feel like
think
that's gonna get clipped.
Momo
Yeah.
is over my shoulder.
Yes.
And Kanan's at the door.
Yeah, I'm at the door, and the doors are not closed. I want that clear. I never close those doors.
The
I have
doors
the
are.
rapier in one hand, and I have the crossbow pointed at the old man still in the other hand.
Okay. So, okay, perfect. So as you're all, your Glib is grabbing the wound, sticking his fingers in there or whatever, making it hurt as much as possible.
I just said grabbed it. I'm not going full crazy yet. I'm
This isn't
threatening
full
to hurt
crazy.
him, not
Okay, that's
actually
great.
hurt him.
That's good to know that this isn't full crazy yet. But
Yet?
as after SG, as Victoria sort of leans in and says this, he gets a very sort of serious look in his eyes. And he says 2 words. Hail Chaos! Before he throws up his hand, and with a sort of telekinetic force, Canyon's crossbow activates and shoots him through the brain and kills him.
Ugh.
Is that like
What?
clear, or
No!
does it just look like I killed him?
It looks like you killed him.
I would immediately be
I'm
like,
definitely looking
no,
back
I
at
want
him.
to be upset. I want to yell like a curse word and be like, fuck. And then have Glib turn to me angrily and me be like, trust me, that wasn't me. I wish it had been.
So, what?
You could have fucking fooled me, pointing at the arrow in the guy's head.
I don't know how this shit works. I'm not magic, but I wish I'd killed that bitch, and I did not.
Canyon, you found the entrance, right? We must get there immediately because it
That's
seems
what I
like
said earlier.
these people are trying to free Polnaros.
Then let's go.
Can I loot him before we leave?
We don't
Try
have
and
time
figure out
for
if there's
that.
anything on.
I mean,
I don't give a shit if we have time for it. We're already fucked.
I mean, like, you can look around in his office has very many things that look like
I
they could
think-
be, like, vaguely magical. He doesn't have anything on his person because he was just,
Oh.
in his office.
Can I roll a
I
perception
would
to see
like
if there's
to
anything in this
mentally
room?
ask SG if we can just leave Glib. Like, this
I
is
forgot.
and
This
bottom of the line time. And Glib is looking around the room. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not
But
looking
still,
around the room. I just want to see
I will
if there's
say,
anything I
you
can see.
you can just, like, start grabbing anything that looks fancy and run. Like, that's about all that you're gonna get.
I don't need anything for money. I'm trying to see if there's anything in this room that's actually worth a shit. for
Yeah,
what we're trying to
there are
do.
artifacts that look like they could be magical.
is there anything that is
Okay.
like whatever crazy cult thing he's a part of, like memorabilia or some shit that would help?
Nothing jumps to mind. I mean, again, like, you don't really have time to search specifically. Also, the entirety of chat is saying take the pants.
Yeah,
He's
I can
halfling
see the
sized.
chat take his pants. Yep.
And in this
I'm not.
in this
How
instance,
crazy do I want to come off right now? Because I just fucking threatened to torture the man,
Oh, wait.
and then before we leave, I fucking strip the man, and we're running down the thing.
Is
with
that
his
what? Is
pants.
that what's happening? You gotta tell. The guards are on their way, and
does
they will
the
be here
guy
any
have
second.
shit on his desk?
Yeah, he's got. It's his
Alright.
office, you know. And
I
he's
want to walk up, still very mad at Glib, as Glib is looking around, and I want to take the bag that has the bag of holding the shards in now.
just like
and just
sweep
slide
everything.
it
Yeah,
Just
that's a
slap
good.
it across
That's
the
a
face
good
and be
call.
like,
So you just
fucking go.
you just sweep everything on his desk into this
okay.
bag.
I take the pants, and then we run.
Oh God, he's got a belt on.
I got
It's
I have two
tightened.
things I need to do. I have 2 things I have to do.
Okay.
I want to take the book that he had the information on the person I've been looking for
Okay.
on.
Grab the book.
And also I need to shapeshift into him
Okay.
and lock the door behind us.
Okay. So let me recap. You sweep everything into the bag.
Yes.
Glib takes the man's pants, which definitely have blood stains on them at this point.
That's been shot
SG grabs
twice.
the book.
If we're being realistic about it, those pants were also most likely shattered as he died.
No, probably not because it takes a while before your body does that.
But he was very frightened.
Man, you guys really
He
are
was
not the
very
good
frightened.
guys, huh?
You know, honestly, I don't think he was frightened. I needed to threaten torture before he said anything, and then he
Yes.
killed himself. That doesn't exactly seem like
He wasn't frightened.
Anyway, you guys are booking it at this point. Are
Yes.
you booking
Actually,
it?
we don't have to necessarily book it because I am dressed as the guy. And
Okay, true.
the
Better
first
get-
person I run into, I must. Do we run into anyone on our way?
I'm okay. Like, you're going to the tunnel? Yes.
The tunnel. We're heading towards the tunnel.
There-
But the first person I run into, I say, there was a little girl. Not in my accent. What was his accent? Like vaguely English, right?
It was just old man voice that I came up with off the top of my head. I'm not good at coming up with voices. Just
Then-
whatever. No, actually,
Can
Momo,
I
do your
say-
old
Can we
man. Do
fall
your best
behind?
old man voice.
Can we fall
Oh.
behind SG like he's
Yes.
taking us somewhere? Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
This is my best old man voice.
Perfect.
There's a little girl on the loose. She went to the restroom, and we cannot find her. So if you do find her, when you find her, please bring her to the receptionist at the front.
Glib's arms, I assume, are still very bloody. Or hands.
Roll a deception check, and yes, but he also does have a cloak, so I'm assuming he could like sort of hide his.
I'm hiding.
Yeah.
I have them behind my back in the cloak.
Yeah, roll a deception check, Momo.
24.
24. Okay, that's probably fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you're the person who is just another researcher sort of nods, and you move on. You're able to sort of convince most of the same people, or most of the people of the same thing, before getting to the tunnel. Once again, the amount of people drastically drops off as you get closer to this area. Before you're at the same wall in the sort of creepy blank hallway that now has a hole in it with the tunnel leading downwards.
Okay, so I have mold earth, which is a cantrip. So can I just use that to make the tunnel wider so we can fit through it?
Yeah, you can. You can probably fit through it now because at the moment all of you are either small or cat, which are known for being flexible. So I would say you can fit through it as it stands.
All of you are either small or cat.
Or cat.
Or cat.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Can you use the mold earth though to seal the entrance behind us?
Yes, good.
I
Panda.
can. So I seal the entrance behind it. I mean, it's not perfect because
It'll still
the wall's
dirt,
missing.
right? It won't look like.
But
Yeah,
I can cast minor illusion to make it look like the wall is still solid.
Very, very smart. Good use of spells. So yeah, there is the dirt is sealed up and it looks, it looks normal.
As far as they know, they don't know why. Like, they don't know how I found this.
I was actually just about to ask
yeah.
you. Just go,
So-
hey,
You're in this tunnel. You can talk as you're going down. It is quite dark, but you all have dark vision.
I don't have dark vision.
You don't have dark vision. It's very dark for SG.
one of me or Panda.
Yeah, just hold on to one of us.
Or just like turn into us, right? Doesn't that give you it?
No, I don't get the actual stuff that everyone has.
That sucks.
I gave the climbing because like it makes sense for like a frog, but technically no.
Yeah, I have dark vision. I think because I'm a vampire, not because I'm.
That's very true. Anyway,
as we're going down, I'm
you're
assuming
going
that
down
we're
the goblin
still.
tunnel.
So
I'm assuming that our tensions are still
we're
really
at
pretty
me.
high.
See it.
So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
this has
like,
been like 2 minutes.
yeah, I'm probably like, how the fuck did you find this?
I told
When
you
did
I
you find
thing
this?
I was doing first.
What thing were you doing?
What thing were you doing?
I had a brief talk with a friend, and then I found the tunnel.
What friends? You have no
Well,
friends.
I
you
have
murder
many
most people you
friends.
interact with.
We don't
that
live
are
here.
not
Have
this
what
group.
friend?
What? I missed Jaws.
Who did you talk to?
My little skull buddy.
No, you didn't. I'm your little skull buddy. We've been
No, my
fucking with
little
you this
skull
whole time.
buddy I got when we got Jared. And just like Jared, he's alive. And the skull buddy talks to me. I call
Okay,
it
so-
Scully.
What?
Your skull buddy does
Take the
not
skull out
talk.
right
My
now.
skull buddy definitely talks.
Are you sure it's not Polnaro?
The skull.
Huh? You can.
Oh, this is
You can
probably
pull-
a good time to tell you that sometimes ever since I went to the shiny place, Polnaro speaks is in my head.
See, we all talk to people. Glib, you're the only one who doesn't talk to someone. You gotta get a better social life, buddy.
Oh, his kraken
You're talking
bud's
to a
coming.
dead skull. You were talking to a fucking skull, my guy. It's got a hole in it. You tried to shove it on this stick.
Yes, and it already got mad at me about that, so I don't need it to be brought up again.
By the way, I don't think I need to make this clear, but like the skull has not said anything during this time. No.
Also, what were you saying when I said
You are
we
just
should
fucking
talk to somebody
crazy.
else?
We've heard Jared
Nothing
talk. I
important.
don't know about the fucking skull, man.
I feel like Matt said that your staff could talk. I feel like
No,
that's
no, I did. I made a joke about his kraken patron. That was all it was. It wasn't.
Oh,
I promise you, it was not me hiding anything.
Anyway,
I do not believe you until that fucking thing talks to me.
you don't have to. We're in the tunnel. Like, I don't know what you think happened here.
I want everybody to roll a perception check really quick.
We have not been doing hot with perception.
No,
checks.
you have not.
I am not a perception.
No.
I got a fucking.
That's a
four.
Oh,
four.
also, yeah, Momo, you have disadvantage as well, actually, because you can't see.
All right, let's see if I can
Somebody in
roll
the
lower than a
chat-
4.
Somebody in the chat mentioned that I should have like Wolverine style smelling, and I agree. That's not like a thing, but I feel like it should be.
I
Why
think
can't
I think a smelling stat actually is a thing. I'll have to look at that, but yes, that is reasonable. Either way, it wouldn't have helped you too much here because like this is a science facility. Everything's very sanitized. But I will note that in the future because I do agree that you should have something of that nature.
noise?
Okay, so I got a 3,
Okay.
and I think SG got a 14.
4.
A
I got a
four.
4.
Yeah.
4?
I'd
Even
roll at
with percent?
disadvantage.
Yeah, because
Oh,
she can't see. Nikhil, what did you get?
Oh shit! I
Also
can cast
a 4.
light.
Okay, great. Well, it doesn't matter at this point because as you are arguing about the skull in this darkness, you sort of just like the tunnel ends, but it ends in a big cave, and so you just sort of like fall out of the tunnel into a much larger space.
Nice.
Okay.
And it ends like a little bit up the wall, so you do like literally fall out.
So Canyon, did your little skull friend tell you where this is?
Under
Under what?
the building.
Oh my
Now,
god.
looking up, you do notice that there is a little bit of light in this room, because there's sort of a bridge almost across a smaller canyon, like the one that is across Rift Reach, but much smaller. And on the other side of this bridge, there seems to be some sort of temple just carved directly into the rock that has some light emanating from it.
I'd like to make an Arcana check to see if this light has the same energy as the shard strapped to my in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Arcana. Wow. How am I a sorcerer and I have a +0 to Arcana? I got a 5.
Well, I was good. You don't really need to have a great check for that anyway, because the light is shifting colors in a way that is very similar to the energy that you have seen from the shard.
Visual.
Oh.
I don't want to go that way, but I feel like we must go that way. Should we call a mystery man? I feel like we are here where we're supposed to be.
I'm not a big fan of Mystery Man, personally. But if you want to call him, go ahead.
I think Glib, you
He
have
did
the
seem
stone.
very
yes?
mad last time we called him.
I mean, we're at the spot where he told us to be.
Are we?
I mean,
Do we know that?
I'm
I
not
mean,
saying
like,
anything.
we're pretty damn close. Oh, it seems like. Ooh, did I?
Hmm?
Oh shit!
Everything seems
on.
fine. Is
Oh,
there a...
you're here.
I think my computer like crashed the stream, so
Oh,
I was
okay.
like
Yeah,
monitoring
no,
it.
the stream will
Uh,
buffer sometimes. It happens to me too. It's fine.
my
Okay.
my
Okay.
phone out the stream on literally just died, so I will be going live from now on.
Okay. So,
So
can I? Fuck. I'm trying to figure out if we should call him or not. All right. One yay, one nay. Fuck it. We're close.
And you...
Let's call him.
Lick the rock.
Yeah.
so- you have
Okay,
the
yeah,
rock.
I take
don't
out
you?
the rock and I rub the rock to call him and I
No,
The-
you lick it.
Yeah,
You have to lick
you
it.
rub the
Okay,
rock,
right.
nothing
Oh,
happens.
yeah okay. I lick the rock.
You lick the rock. The same sort of process happens. It vibrates a little bit, then flies out of your hand, and sort of, after a moment, generates the hologram of Mystery Man. What now?
We think we might be there.
That was remarkably fast, but I'm not going to argue.
I had help from a skull buddy.
You had help from a what?
A skull buddy.
In hindsight, I don't actually care. Anyway, what exactly have you found? And where are you? Give me all the details.
So we're
What?
we're under the Department of Light or whatever the fuck it's called.
Commission of light.
The what?
Commission
We're
of
under
light.
the Commission of Lights. We may have committed a little bit of grievous murder and run away, but we are currently under the Commission of Light, and there is a temple carved into a wall that has light similar to the shard pouring out.
Can he not see?
So he's looking at you at this point, but upon hearing about the temple, he turns around and pauses. He doesn't seem surprised that this is what you found. So after a moment of staring at it, he just sort of turns back to you and goes, "Take the rock closer. Go inside."
Oh,
All right,
okay.
then.
As we're walking towards there, I want to say, so we encountered this warlock or wizard or whatever the hell he was, halfling named Methuselah. Does that name ring a bell to you?
Not particularly, but I don't keep up with
Well,
the
he said something
Commission
interesting.
of Light's business.
Well, he said something interesting before he killed himself. He said, "Hail Chaos," and I would like to know what the fuck that's about before we go into this temple.
So he was with Symmetry secretly then. That would make some level of sense. I always figured they would infiltrate all the commissions as quickly as they could.
Symmetris is pro chaos?
Are they not? I thought Symmetris was like cops.
Enter
I
the
thought
temple. Enter the temple and I'll explain. It'll be easier if I can show you.
So I assume we enter the
okay,
temple.
yeah, let's go in.
So you go into the temple, and you recognize this area a little bit, or I guess at least only SG does, because she was the only one that saw Spigo's vision. But this is definitely the place where Spigo's vision happened. The temple is, a very grand open space, ornate carvings pretty much everywhere, and you can definitely see the same sort of imagery that Symmetris uses in all of their iconography, carved all throughout this temple. But the focal point is at the back. There is a giant round portal. But the portal has sort of a sheen over it, a sheen that you immediately recognize as the same material that the change glass shard is made out of. And interestingly, and perhaps unsurprisingly, this giant sheen is cracked, and there are chips and pieces missing from all around the edges, and some scattered along the ground at its base.
Oh, also, I feel like this is something I should have asked a long time ago. How big is our shard?
Oh, that's a good... It's not huge. It's maybe like that, because it was jammed into a goblin's shoulder, so, it's pretty tiny. It's not big.
Very large.
I was literally picturing it.
that's what I
Oh,
was-
no. It's
I was
not
totally
big.
the opposite. I thought it was like this big. I thought it
Okay,
was.
I
very
guess
tiny.
that was a failure on my
That's
part to
so
describe
funny.
it. Yeah, it's like it's like maybe that big. It's a little chip out of the side. The portal, however, is very big. The portal's probably like 1.5 to 2 stories tall at its peak.
So, we would say about the size that a very massive creature with multiple arms and heads attached to
Probably
arms could
probably
fit
a little
through it
smaller than
very
him,
easily.
actually.
Heads-
Polnaros is real big. But anyway, upon seeing this portal, the mystery man sort of inspects it a little bit. So it doesn't really speak for a couple minutes as he looks around at the situation. And then he turns to you and he goes, "What all do you know of the stories of Symmetris? And if you don't, I can explain it again if you want me to, because I know that's like lore stuff."
It was something like the rift happened, or like the monsters from the rift, and then Symmetris saved people.
Yeah.
And then over time they got like just shitty government bureaucracy.
Yeah, exactly. So the stories go that there was a giant, this rift opened in the earth, and this hordes of monsters came out of it, and from the Symmetris was the force that organized this rally to beat back the monsters and save everybody, and then with that, sort of over the years, they've grown in power and corruption. So you sort of relay that sort of information back to him. He goes, "Yes, that's all true, or at least it's what they want you to believe, but Symmetris was what caused the incursion in the first place.
Good scam.
Symmetris wanted to harness the powers of order and chaos. It wasn't evil at the time. They were just trying to do what was best, or so I've been told. But something went wrong. The monsters came through, and in fact that was what created the rift. The energy coming out of the portal literally tore the ground in two. Symmetris fought it back, not wanting anyone to know that it was their fault that they managed to save everybody, and the portals were sealed away. Or supposedly the portals were sealed away. I suppose that he sort of pauses for a minute as if he's thinking. He goes, I suppose that's changed now.
Our bad.
So what do you want us to do with this?
You are going to do absolutely nothing. You're going to stay there as I prepare and then come and handle it for you. What do you expect? He sort of laughs to himself.
So you want us to just wait here for God knows
What on
how
earth are
long?
you going to do about this?
We have
Isn't
other
this a
stuff to
portal?
do.
Doesn't shit come through
It's
it?
mostly closed. It looks fine. It's cracked,
Wait,
but it'll
hold
hold.
on. T, why were we asked to fucking come here if this was the plan?
Hmm?
Like, if the motherfucker dude, saying to this guy, if you motherfucker dude, could not, like, if you were just gonna handle it yourself, why'd you need us? Why'd we walk here? What happened?
He hangs up immediately.
Fuck!
Not gonna get any more information out of him right now, it seems. So you're kind of just chilling before Mystery Man maybe comes to handle this problem. Interestingly though, who's holding the bag right now? That's Canyon, isn't it? Canyon's holding the bag. The bag starts to shake.
Oh no.
The bag starts to shake before sort of floating up off of your person or wherever you are holding it.
I mage hand to grab
You,
it back.
I guess roll dexterity, or what did I have that as? Like sleight of hand
I
with
think it was-
with your spellcasting modifier. Yeah.
Yeah. So sleight of. Oh, just kidding. That was stealth. Wrong one. Well, I wish that was it. So that is 16.
A 16. You are actually able to grab the bag and pull it back, but as you start grabbing the bag, you hear one more time a sort of laugh. The same sort of laugh that you heard the first time after you came out of the Chaos Realm. And the shard fires out of the bag like a missile and strikes the center of the portal. At which point the cracks begin to widen very, very quickly.
Shit.
And as the cracks widen, the laughing becomes louder and louder and louder. As you know, the shards of the barrier begin to fall away, revealing a sort of unfathomable sort of gap in reality behind it that it was blocking off. The energy and like sort of the vibe of it, SG immediately recognizes. Obviously, this is the portal to the Chaos Realm. And out of the portal to the Chaos Realm, something starts emerging. Not actually.
You said it was like 10 episodes away.
Not Polnaros. Not the creature that SG recognizes. They're very sort of difficult to describe shifting masses of chaos energy. These sort of like blobs made out of the same iridescent mass sort of start floating out of the gaps in the portal.
I want to shoot my crossbow at one of them.
All right, you shoot your crossbow. I guess roll to hit.
Such a thing every time.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I don't die.
17? Your bolt seems it strikes it, and it seems to sort of recoil slightly, but it doesn't really stop it in any sense. After a moment, you have,
I crushed Jared.
yeah, you throw Jared to the ground. It's still the same. It's been less than 24 hours.
Are
So
you fucking
Jared
kidding
seems,
me, Jared? Get the
Jared,
fuck up.
The crystal sort of like lands on the ground and bounces slightly, but nothing really happens with it. So after these blobs have sort of been out of the portal for a long enough time, they start to sort of take shape, and it seems like they're sort of approximating things that are in creatures that you've seen. One of them sort of takes the form of like this weird monstrous bear with like extra like mouths, all these terrifying monsters. And these, a swarm of sort of distorted and creepy birds starts flying out. All of these monstrosities just start pouring forth from the portal in droves. Before you hear a shout come from behind you. And the shout is not, as some people might be expecting, Mystery Man. You turn around to see a dark-skinned woman wearing white robes and sort of silver armor on top of those robes. Shout what seems to be sort of a rally cry, as you see Symmetry agents come out from behind her. No one from nowhere, it seems. There's no obvious place where they came in. But these Symmetry agents are dressed differently than the ones that you have seen. Their armor is a brighter white, and one side of their sort of S Omega logo is larger than that of the other one. The one on the right side is larger than that of the other. And the woman raises her hand up and sort of brings it down, snapping her fingers as she does. And when she does this, a massive wave of white energy courses through the temple. And the second it hits all of these blobs, they just burst into dust immediately. It strikes the portal, and nothing seems to happen. It sort of just gets absorbed into the portal before the woman walks up to you and goes, "We need to leave now." And she snaps her fingers again, and a white portal, sort of a circular, like Doctor Strange-esque portal, but white, appears behind her. She goes, "Go, immediately."
I pick up Jared.
You pick up Jared.
Very good.
And I'm assuming...
we just left the... Yeah, the shard's gone. It
The
exploded with
shard
portal,
struck
right?
the portal, yes.
Okay.
I go get the bag. I assume the bag.
Actually, SG has the bag. SG grabbed the bag and the shard like, sort of shot out as it was happening.
I have a question. Did anything happen with me licking Jared earlier?
Yes, it's still in play. That I promise you that will happen, and it's going to be really underwhelming when it does. But it is technically still in play. It's going to be funny. I should warn, it's not anything major. It was a minor effect that didn't have a duration on it. So it's just like she's going to do something and the effect will trigger the next time she does it, I guess.
I wonder if it's like I have to sleep for it to happen.
That's not gonna... You are overthinking it. It is nothing nearly that impressive.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm going in the portal immediately.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
So you rush through the portal. A moment later, the woman follows you, though the other agents stay, seemingly to fight back any other monsters that come through. When you emerge from the portal, you are in a room that is sort of rimmed by like clear glass, like fancy windows, which is hard to come by in a fancy room. And you can tell that you are now at the peak of one of the spires of Riftreach in what seems to be another sort of office, though a very different one than the one that you came from. Not an office of a scholar, but an office of like a warrior or a general that has like battle trophies or things like that. The woman walks around and sort of stands behind her desk, goes, "Explain now."
So
where you want to start?
Yes.
Wherever you think is best.
So I was looking for a gem of defroggening, okay?
In the TV show, that's where you just cut to black.
We'll go a little bit farther for the purposes of this episode, but yes, that was a good cut moment.
Okay. So I spend the next however long it takes meticulously going into detail about everything that has gone on since I walked into Slaughter.
Okay, so you explain pretty much everything that has happened, and I'm assuming that you're explaining it in sort of in like honest terms. In the way good talks. Well, yeah, I mean,
like,
you're not misleading to her or like hiding anything or anything like that.
No, I essentially am giving an audiobook version of the D&Dorks YouTube channel at this point.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And it takes just as long. It's a long explanation.
Yeah, but that's fitting for what has gone on. At the mention of Polnaros, you see her face she seems sort of confused. But she she calms down after a moment, and she sits down, she sighs, she thinks for a bit. And for finally going, "Well, I suppose whether you're qualified or not, you've done us some level of service, though I'm very curious as to who exactly hired you. Regardless..."
It's a good question. We just call him Mystery
yes,
Man.
Maybe
it's Mystery Man.
Maybe not your best tactical decision there, but I'm not going to judge. My name is Minerva, by the way.
Wait, isn't that like a name we already heard?
Not from this.
No, we know Methuselah.
Yeah, Methuselah. They are unrelated. It was a coincidental naming choice that it was.
I feel like Minerva's come up because I've thought of
Minerva. Nikhil, the reason that you're thinking of Minerva is because we were arguing about Minerva from Captain Marvel in a TikTok live like a week ago, which I had determined this character before that happened. Funny enough, so that is totally unrelated to that. Anyway, my name is Minerva. I am the captain of the Symmetris faction that is... how do I explain this? It's not exactly public knowledge yet. Symmetris has divided itself. into two factions secretly. It was a war that was been brewing for some time now.
Irony.
And you told her what Mystery Man said about like the origins of the
Oh, so that's why the logo.
That's
looks
why
like
the
that.
logo.
Yeah.
This is the episode
Right.
3. We're finally at the actual war. So, Symmetry has divided itself. After the initial incursion, some of them wanted to reuse the powers of chaos, and others felt that the powers of order would be more justified in this world, and the split grew, and, well, now we're here. Everything is about to collapse, because I'll make no secret about this. Symmetry controls much more than you know, and when we shatter, everything will shatter, and if the Chaos faction is able to take hold before we can, things will get far worse far quicker, and it seems that their portal has cracked before ours. So we need to find our portal, and we need to get...
There's an order.
Yeah, there's an order. Yes, there's an order. Yes, it's two. We're called Symmetris. Did you assume there was only one?
One for chaos.
One for
yes. Why would order have
One for
another one?
I suppose I need to explain this in more...
The chaotic thing is that they have one. They've thrown off this edition.
Ah. I see you took the stories at face value like most people did. The forces of order and the world of order was thrust into our world in the ancient times as well. It wasn't just chaos that came in. Both forces came through the portal. There were two.
So I would like you to explain to me how you're any different.
I would like you to explain to me what order is, because apparently we have different definitions.
She laughs at Glib's comment. Says, let me backtrack a little bit more, I suppose. You know that the rift in the ground was caused by the forces being unleashed onto our world, yes?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
forces of the realm of order were on one side. The forces of the realm of chaos were on one side. There were two temples. And when they were activated, their forces opposed, crashing against each other and creating the canyon that you see here. She gestures outside. The chaos forces are corrupt and ever-changing. They want to get their disgusting hands onto our world and twist it into forms that amuse them. The forces of order are benevolent. They want to be sure that everything is stable and safe. That is, of course, what I try to work for, but the chaos agents see things differently. I couldn't pretend to explain their philosophy. They're all perverted psychos, but that's the way I see it.
Right.
Do
Yeah,
you
no
also
perverted
have...
psychos here. We were all very normal, well-adjusted individuals that don't
We're
murder
really
for no reason.
anti-perverted psycho.
Yeah,
That's
Exactly.
all
100%.
She
They have therapists that they talk to, or at least think that work as them.
well, believe me, anything that
self-terrorism.
you've seen from them is mere deceptions. And if you're wondering whether the powers of chaos are stronger than ours, she sort of holds up a hand and creates, with another sort of swish, light emanates from her hand and forms into a just absolutely massive warhammer. That's easily like 7 feet long. She slams it into the ground next to her. I assure you, order provides just as much power, if not more.
That's hot.
You know, for somebody with so much more power, you'd think the fucking war would be done then, don't you?
Now I have a question for you, Minerva, Miss Minerva, Captain.
Captain Minerva is fine.
Captain Minerva. So, are there other forces that are not part of Symmetris that also would like to see, whatever is on the other side of that free?
I'm sure there's many sorts of things that could want this sort of power. There's many uses for it, but Symmetris kept it heavily guarded. I don't know how it would have gotten out. That's why I'm so concerned about
Additional
this
question.
mystery man of yours.
Heavily guarded? Heavily guarded. You heard the part of the story where a goblin came in and fucked up your whole
It
thing,
would
right?
not be my business. I was not in charge of hiding the Chaos Temple. If Chaos made a flaw in their plans, well, that's something that I rejoice in.
Do you also have a multi-faced, multi-armed horror demon that rules your shit?
She pauses at that. She goes, that is something that also concerns me, because in entire honesty, I do not know who or what that creature is.
Well, I think since neither of us have any idea of what's going on, there is a very good possibility that the Chaos Realm and the Order Realm are just one and the same, and that they are both the same end of a whole. Do you understand?
What exactly do you mean?
That this Order Realm that you think is Order could easily just be another end of the same tunnel that is the Chaos Realm.
You also came in at the exact same time because of the exact same event and fought a war that resulted in where we are right now. So
Also, by definition, symmetry-wise, you're the same. As them.
So as
yeah, so if we help you out and all of a sudden a fucking demon that looks like it came out of a Lovecraft novel pops up, I'm blaming your ass.
so
That
as
is-
you're
Yes.
all sort
Not
of
a
like
novel. The character attached to literal Cthulhu says.
as you're all sort of voicing your objections and yelling at her at the same time, eventually she just she pauses and then she slams her hand down on her desk and screams at you. She goes, "Silence! You have no idea of the forces which you speak. I will not be."
Neither do you, obviously.
Yeah, clearly you're not following this. Also, we're the wrong group to try to intimidate with the
Yeah, that is probably fair, but yeah, she doesn't know you guys yet. Clear. She sort of she sits back down and she goes, "Clearly, the forces of chaos seem to have gotten to you already, which I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by. Guards!" She waves her hand. The doors to her office open, revealing just a whole bunch of guards.
I'd like to draw my sword immediately.
You draw your sword immediately. The guards. Did someone else piped up?
No, it's just it's more of a joke. But ever since she slammed her hand down on the table, I want Glib to just be standing there, just how fuccking dare you?
Just
To the point where I'm not even looking at the guards when they come in. Just the gall.
As you all sort of get ready for what seems like is going to be a fight, you hear, once again, something else is going to interject into this. You hear an explosion, actually, that seems to come from down the base of the tower.
Oh no, mystery.
Obviously, the guards sort of pause. I see what's up. Everyone roll perception really quick.
Oh God, not
I
this.
have a good feeling about this one team. I think
I
we're
got a
gonna
fucking
roll up
one,
there.
so with thing it's 3, but I don't think it's helpful.
All right,
21?
21.
Okay.
21.
Oh, thank fuck, one of
Okay.
us. I got a
5. What did you get, Nikhil?
1 plus 2
3.
is 3, but I
Okay,
rolled
so
a
all of
natural one.
nat 1. Yeah, nat 1s are different. You aren't paying attention at all. SG, as these a series of a couple more explosions sort of rock the tower, and you see out the window of one of one of the windows, something is approaching you very, very, very rapidly. And as it gets closer, you see that it looks like a man, an armored man, on what I can really only describe. Oh, it's not Mystery Man. An armored man. His armor looks. You guys know what Kamen Rider is?
No.
It's
No.
sort of a Power Rangers-esque. Look it up later. You'll get a better idea of what it is. Sort of what I can describe as fantasy Kamen Rider armor, riding on what basically looks like a fantasy Green Goblin glider. Yes,
This is fantastic.
Oh, what
he's
is this
streaking
now?
towards you.
What the
A
fuck?
moment later, he crashes straight through the window, and some sort of weird thing extend from his glider, grab all 3 of you, and crash through the other side of the office, and just go. Oh, someone dropped a Kamen Rider picture in the chat. Not that Kamen Rider. Not that Kamen Rider. I'll send you guys a picture of which one I was thinking. I'm gonna get character art for this guy, but it's late, so it'll be coming.
I choose to believe it's this guy on
Yeah,
the Green
okay.
Goblin glider.
So this mysterious, and I guess SG was the only one that saw him approaching. So everyone else, you're suddenly just swept through and out of the office, and you are now in the air being dragged by this guy.
Excuse me. Who the hell are you?
He is.
I don't want to have to scream, but also I want it noted that all Glib is doing is screaming since he got
so
grabbed.
he's the man is laughing out of seemingly genuine enjoyment of what he just did. he goes, I'll explain in a second. Hold on. And he sort of swoops down, snaps his fingers, opens up a portal. And once again, for the second time in about 10 minutes, you guys are swept through a portal. He sort of like dumps you out as you go. His glider vanishes. He does like a combat roll, lands in a perfect stance. All of you guys have been dumped out on the ground. And he turns around to you. At which point you notice that his armor, while primarily silver, does have many highlights of chaos energy.
God damn it!
Lots of stuff happening in the last 10 minutes. He goes, oh, that was awesome. Sorry about that, though. Sorry about having to come so abruptly. Anyway, you're safe now.
Who the fuck are you?
I also would like to point my sword at him. I spent the last 10 minutes putting my sword at random people.
He points at Candy. He goes, I like you. I like your style. You can put that away, but like I get why you won't. It's fine. It's chill. My name's Raelius.
Hi.
And what does that mean to us?
So let me guess. Minerva gave you the whole thing about how the order of Symmetris is split up into two factions.
I want to stop him right there and be like, if you're just gonna tell us the order is actually the bad one and that like it's the same shit, but again, we got it already. It was very clear.
She yelled at me.
Cool. Yeah. All right. You pretty much got it. Yeah. That's about it.
I would please, can you tell us why we should not kill you in 25 words or less?
I can do it in 2. You can't.
I stab him.
Is that a fucking challenge?
He sort of steps back and goes, look, I don't want to make this some sort of boss fight, but I will. I totally will.
Wait, what happened when I
Oh,
stabbed?
I mean, it just kind of like, I guess rolled a hit, but like...
I'm gonna roll a hit. There's no way someone can look at me and say, I
that's-
can't die, and then...
to be fair, he didn't say I can't die. He was saying you can't kill me. But
no,
yeah.
but like, you can't kill me. I got a 13.
Yeah, no,
I wasn't
your
good enough.
your he doesn't even flinch. Your armor just kind of or sword kind of bounces off his armor.
I want to be visibly upset
Yeah.
about this.
So Canyon is now pouting for the rest of the interaction. Yeah.
Explain why we shouldn't test that.
I mean, like, look, dude, I flew my glider through a building, crashed through a window, grabbed you all, went through a port. Like, I'm pretty clearly, like, I got, you know what? Fine. He pulls out his sword, and it has a blade fully made out of chaos energy. You guys know what a flamberge is? It's like the wiggly swords, you know? He has one of those. And he cracks the sword like a whip, and when it does, it extends out into a whip, cracks in the air, and then slams back into a blade form.
Okay, interesting. Where can I get one of those?
Oh, it's really hard. This thing's custom, baby.
You
I like to
customized
stab
it?
I mean, I kind of did. I had some artificers working with me on it, but yeah, I pretty much did.
I am so confused. There's so much that has happened in the last, 10, 15
Yeah,
minutes
I've only
or
been
so.
around for like 30 seconds, and I'm confused too.
Did Mystery Man send
I
you?
have no idea who that is. Look,
Then why did you come
let
from
me
us?
give you what happened from my perspective, right? Because you guys seem to have come into my town, and you're the ones causing me problems, right? So you go into my temple of the chaos, and all that stuff, and you open the portal. First off, cool, thanks for that. Got no problems there. We're on good terms because of that already. But then I sense order energy in my place, which wasn't cool. So I come to check that out, and Minerva's there, and that's not great. I hate her. She sucks. And then you guys are gone. So since you guys seemed cool and opened the portal, I came and rescued you from Minerva. Now we're all caught up. That's all I know, man.
Did you just say it was your temple?
I mean, I didn't make it, but like I'm the guy who's in charge of keeping it. I'm the guy who's, I do the chaos stuff here around here.
So, do you work for the dude with the bunch of arms and the faces and the...
I'm
Polnareff?
doesn't ring a bell. I don't know who that is.
How does nobody know who this guy is? And he seems to be some kind of big bad evil guy, and no one knows who he is.
This
somehow.
sounds like something important. What?
I saw that. I caught that. That was funny.
There's a big bad evil guy in the where and the who now, and I don't work for.
Well, long story short, I was in the Chaos Realm for like a hot minute.
First off, cool, jealous. Continue.
It's an okay place, honestly, but there
I'm
was
sorry,
this
jealous?
big.
Huh?
He's
There
the
was
You
this-
haven't been there?
No, portal was closed.
There's like this large creature, and it had many arms, and there was like heads in the arms, and his name was Palmeros. He had a very weird energy to him. I can't
I
explain
mean, like,
actually.
there's weird. From what I've seen, there's weird stuff in there. Anything that we're able to pull out, it's really freaky. It was probably just something like that. I don't think it's anything to be worried about. You seem really freaked out about it. So I'll put some guys on that. But anyway, how you guys feeling? He sort of just like leans back against the wall. So how you guys feel? It's been
This
I know
dude's
it's
so
I know it's
chill.
been a crazy couple minutes. How we do it? I didn't check. Did anyone get bruised from the glider? I know that was kind of abrupt.
We're pretty
not
durable.
doing-
That's
great.
understandable. I guess.
Uh,
Huh?
from our perspective, I just want you to know, we were sent on a quest to just find your temple because there was a shard by Mystery Man.
Pause. Who?
We
That's
never
all
got
you
his
get.
name, okay?
There's a
It was an
guy
oversight
in
at
a
the time.
shop that when he saw the shard, he sent us to find the portal. And that's all we know.
That is not particularly helpful. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's okay. We'll work with it.
Now you know how we feel talking to
Hey,
you.
Wait a minute. And I pull out the stone.
Okay.
This is what he gave us to call him.
That is a rock.
Lick the rock, okay? Really, it's just lick the rock.
Okay. And he takes the rock and he licks it. Raelius is probably the only NPC that is willing to join in this licking crusade with you.
Real quick, out of character, do we have
Yeah,
an idea of how much
This
longer
is
it's
it's
gonna-
almost done. I know I went a little bit longer because
Okay.
we started a little bit late, but this is the final scene
Yeah.
that we're going with.
Okay.
So he licks it, and he it does the thing. And the hologram appears. The hologram, interestingly, appears facing you guys first. So Raelius doesn't get a good look at this guy's face first. He goes, "Where are you now? I told you to wait for me." What?
We got
It's
to
back
meet
there.
the
And I point towards Raelius.
Okay, you point toward Raelius. Sort of as the guy turns around, Raelius sort of waves, and then his hand just sort of drops to his side, and he smashes the rock immediately. He stomps on it, and he goes, "Oh shit! That was the founder of Symmetry." And on that point,
That's
I think we're
Symmetry?
gonna end the
What?
session.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems like a good cliffhanger to end on.
Yeah, you know what? Wait, whatever happened to what was the effect of my rock licking?
Oh wait, you licked.
We don't know.
No, oh yeah, no, it's still. Here's the thing. I'll tell you, it is a combat related effect that has not happened
Oh,
yet,
okay.
and it doesn't give me a duration. So just the next time it triggers, it will. I guess yeah. I'm actually gonna
Alright,
tell
so,
you.
like,
I'm
write
gonna
it
tell
down.
you because it's gonna be really underwhelming if we wait a week. You had advantage on your next attack, and that was it. So
Oh.
just note you have advantage on your next attack whenever that happens, because I'm not gonna remember for a week.
I will say you were very nice in not having the guard show up at the office. That's what I really thought was going to be our comment.
Yeah, no, I
combat
sort of
this
had
game.
the I didn't have a map prepared for it, so I was nicer than I maybe should have been. But don't worry, there will be a lot of fighting now that you have met two out of 3 of the you've met the third NPC, but you don't really know a lot about him yet. But yeah, Mystery Man founded Symmetris, which I should also remind everybody was founded like centuries ago.
But he said he wasn't there during the war.
Maybe he lied.
He lied.
Maybe he lied.
Yeah, he doesn't
This
seem
is
to be
this
the
is
most
very much,
up and
as
righty
someone in
man.
chat noted, you're starting to realize that this is very much a campaign of unreliable narrators. So there's a lot left that you guys have to figure out, but you have made a lot of progress. And on that note, I know we went a little over time. It was because we started late.
Yeah.
Sorry to everybody who needed to get anywhere. So we'll wrap this up real quick. Anyone have anything important to announce?
I don't.
All right, cool.
No,
Next week
yet.
or the week after, hopefully, we will have somebody filling Muso's spot. So we'll have the 4th member of the campaign. And on that note, I'll just wrap this up quickly. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you are hooked enough to come back next week. The VOD will be up on YouTube in a couple days. And yeah, thank you so much for coming. Bye, everybody.
Thank you all.
Bye, everyone.